Hi there, I'm Angie Seth with your Olympic coverage, and we were just watching the pair, Paul Poirier and Piper Gillis, perform in the free dance portion of figure skating. Taking a look here, it was a stunning performance by the pair, hopefully giving Canada.
How you suffered for your sanity, how you tried to set them free, they would not listen.
To the competition, a full routine of emotion and technique, as we saw there on the ice, and a great deal of emotion in the stands, among the crowds, and of course among the team. The question being is whether or not this pair will be able to take it to the point of hitting the podium. Likely looking at the score that they've been able to make, they are well in contention for second place. A silver medal had not been confirmed yet, as we still wait to watch what the final result is of the French pair. The U.S. pair, we understand, will be taking the top spot here, but this was a performance that Canada should be extremely proud. And as you watch this performance here, at the end of it was unbelievable emotion, especially Paul Poirier in tears with joy. I think almost regardless of where they were going to stand, it was exactly what they wanted to accomplish on the ice. And of course, Canada watching in great deal of pride, as I mentioned, a great deal of emotion on the podium, in the stands, among their coaches as well, as now we await to see whether or not Canada will be bringing in its fourth medal. Currently, we have 3, a silver and 2 bronze medals, but let's just let this performance breathe for a minute. So this has given them a score of 217.74, putting them well in medal contention. The hope, of course, now is that whether that we'll see the pair on the podium here at the Olympics. I'm Angie Seth for CBC News.
Police now say 8 people were killed in a mass shooting yesterday in the small BC community of Tumbler Ridge. 6 people were killed at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, including a teacher and 5 students, 3 girls and 2 boys. The students were aged 12 and 13 years old. 2 more people were found dead at a separate location. Police say they were the mother and sibling of the shooter, who died of a self-inflicted injury. But we have some sad news from Hollywood. Former star of the show Dawson's Creek, James Van Beek, has died. He was 48 years old. Van Beek was diagnosed with stage 3 colorectal cancer in late 2024. His family announced he died earlier today and that he met his final days with, quote, courage, faith, and grace. And now back to the story we have been following for you all day. You're looking at scenes from Tumbler Ridge, BC, where flags are flying at half-mast throughout the municipality. We will have much more coverage for you right here on CBC News Network.
most of our victims are quite young. Most were born of the students, most were born 2013 and 2012. So as you can imagine, for family members, extended family members, friends of the family, etc., this is incredibly traumatic.
The RCMP with the most detailed briefing yet after the mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, telling the public how many people were killed, how old they were, and where they died, and identifying the shooter who committed one of the worst mass killings in modern Canadian history. Hi there, this is Power and Politics. I'm David Cochran in Ottawa, but our focus for the next 2 hours is on the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge. It's been nearly 27 hours since the residents of that community got an alert to shelter in place due to reports of an active shooter. We now know many of the grim details of what happened as people sought safety inside their homes. 8 people are confirmed dead at the hands of a lone shooter police have identified as 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar. The killing started at the family home, where police say the killer's 39-year-old mother, who has been identified as Jennifer Strang, and an 11-year-old stepbrother were found. The killing then moved to Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, where a 39-year-old female educator was killed, 3 12-year-old girls were murdered, as was a 12-year-old boy and a 13-year-old boy. One person was found dead in a school stairwell. The rest were found in the school library. Now, the RCMP revised the death count by 1 today. Police initially believed a female victim who had been airlifted to hospital yesterday had died. She is one of 2 female victims who were airlifted for treatment. Both victims, a 12-year-old and 19-year-old, both females, remain in serious condition. 25 other people were treated for injuries on the scene last night. None of those 25 have been shot. The injuries were either minor or the person had presented as injured because of the presence of blood from the massacre in the school. Now, Jesse Van Rootselaar is also dead, in this case of a self-inflicted wound. Police say they'd had multiple encounters with the shooter at the family home in recent years. Mostly these were mental health related, sometimes due to the risk of self-harm, but police had seized firearms at the house where Van Rootselaar lived. The motive still isn't clear. Van Rootselaar dropped out of school 4 years ago and did not attend Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Van Rootselaar was born a biological male, but transitioned 6 years ago and identified as female. Police say they found a long gun and a modified handgun at the scene, but released no further details on the weapons due to an ongoing investigation. We're going to get reaction to the shooting from the Tumbler Ridge community, from government, and from those who have experienced similar tragedies. But we're going to begin with the Deputy Premier of British Columbia, Nikki Sharma. Deputy Premier Sharma, thank you for joining us. Must be a busy and difficult day. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I just wonder how you're dealing with this, just personally, your reaction when you got the news last night and as the details emerged throughout the last day.
Yeah. It's been an extremely difficult less than 24 hours. I think every parent out there can feel for those parents that woke up this morning, as the Prime Minister said, without their children. The fact that this happened is senseless. We're trying to make sense of it. But right now our focus is on those families, the 5 children that were lost, and what we can do to support them. Tomorrow we'll be calling a provincial day of mourning. We'll have more time to grieve and support the victims as we go forward.
I know Premier David Eby and Federal Public Safety Minister Gary Anandasangri and others are on their way to the community over the next number of hours to go there firsthand. Obviously, there's the security situation has stabilized, but now there's the trauma in the community with the families, with the school, with the broader community itself. And I mean, no community is equipped for this, but a small town is going to need some support. What are you looking at doing there? What are you able to do there to help the people of Tumbler Ridge?
Yeah, we've been mobilizing all the supports that we're ongoing, but that are on the ground right now and will be needed in the future. Our Children's Hospital here in Vancouver is sending their mental health team. There's a community center right now, and Tumbler Ridge Community Center, that's opened for those people that need support or want support to come and receive that. We have a whole team of people that are mobilized along with the Premier and our Public Safety Minister Krieger, who are on their way right now on the ground to see what else is needed. And we will continue to be there for those victims and that community. Yesterday, the Premier mentioned that we all need to wrap them with love right now. And I'm just so heartened by all the comments and the words that have come from around the world to show that love to this community. And we will stand by them through this.
I mean, it's a community of about 2,400 people, I believe, Deputy Premier, and everyone's going to know somebody or be affected by this. And so the wraparound supports are going to have to be pretty comprehensive, right? I mean, do you have I know it's early, but do you have a sense of the scale of the effort that you're going to have to mount here?
Yeah, it's early days, but I'm grateful for the first responders and the frontline team that showed up very quickly and is continuing to show up for that community. As I mentioned, we're mobilizing our mental health team, the best in the province, to go to that community, and everybody's really stepped up to make sure that the supports that are needed are there, and we'll continue to monitor whatever else is needed. You know, small towns, our province is full of these beautiful small towns that are so tight-knit. Everybody knows everybody, as you mentioned, and the love that people have for each other and that sense of community. I know they're grieving right now, along with the rest of this province and this country, but that love and support is there.
No, it's a difficult time for them. It's a difficult time for leaders like yourself and the local MLA and the Premier and the people and the Mayor and all of the municipal leaders. You're supposed to reopen the legislature tomorrow. It's supposed to be a day of ceremony with the throne speech where you lay out the agenda of the government over the coming session. Clearly, that is not what is going to happen. There's been a decision made to change all of that. How are you going to approach this tomorrow when the legislature resumes?
Yeah, we are going to proclaim it a provincial day of mourning tomorrow. The throne speech, instead of a traditional throne speech, will instead be a statement and message from the legislature in support of those victims and those families and the process of mourning that we all need to do as not only just a community, but I think as a country. And we'll take that day to open space for that. So the Lieutenant Governor will read something, but it will not be a traditional throne speech.
And just one final point, Deputy Premier. I know the Federal Minister of Public Safety and the Premier, they're still en route. Do you know at this point what sort of support you might be looking to the federal government for? I mean, a lot of it may very well just be things you deal with at the provincial level, but what can Ottawa do to help here? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're really grateful for our federal counterparts and Minister Nandasangari coming out here to see on the ground. The federal government has offered up themselves in terms of responding, and I don't have the details of all the things that are hitting the ground now, right now, but I know that they've been really cooperative with us. And tonight, when the Premier makes a statement along with them around 7 o'clock, I'm sure we'll hear further details.
Okay. Deputy Premier of British Columbia, Nikki Sharma, thank you for your time. We'll watch for Premier Eby later this evening. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, CBC News spoke last night to one of the students who survived the Tumbler Ridge shooting. Have a listen to Darian Quist, who was accompanied in the interview by his mother.
I was just getting off my spare block and I was in the mechanics classroom preparing to do some work on my car when the alarm went off that I've never heard before. And our principal goes throughout the halls and she's saying, people close your doors, lock down, stuff like that. I thought it was a secure and hold and something like that at first. But once things started circulating, we realized how serious it really was. So we all barricaded up the doors with some iron tables and sat in that room for around 2 hours. I was on my phone with my mother the entire time. And about 2 hours and 30 minutes passed when we went onto lockdown. RCMP got in. We're telling everyone to put their hands up, and we were all escorted out of the building and sent towards the community center where I met up with her in person.
Ian Hannah-Mansing is the host of Hannah-Mansing Tonight. He was part of the breaking news coverage last night when all of this unfolded, and he's now in Tumbler Ridge. Ian, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us. A lot of new information from the RCMP today. What stood out to you?
I think that we got all that information. You know, the briefing from the RCMP yesterday, and yes, they were under a lot of stress, and there were a lot of people they still had to notify about what was going on, and there was tremendous trauma that's affected everybody in this community, including, I'm sure, first responders. But there was very little information released yesterday, and then there was a troubling gap for journalists between what was out there through social media, so many details that people were talking about, and what we could confirm. So to get that RCMP briefing today, and at the beginning of the hour, you went through comprehensively all the things we learned today, much of it actually confirming things that we had read in social media. But it was, I've covered a lot of police briefings on a lot of criminal stories, and I don't remember that level of detail. So I think that has gone a long way to kind of chasing away some of the, hopefully a lot of the misinformation as we got real information. So yeah, it was good to be able to report facts that we were confident in reporting, David.
Yeah, the Deputy Commissioner, Dwayne McDonald, he went through it clinically, I would say. The birth dates of most of the victims, 2012, 2013. That's a tough thing. You were navigating all of this last night, and we just played the interview with Darian Quist that I think Adrian Arsenault did on the National. But the interview that Sarah Penton did on phone that you guys played last night was just compelling and gripping storytelling of what was happening. You know, you can see what he endured. We got the details today. You've been in the community for a few hours now. What are you hearing from the people you've been able to speak with there?
Well, in fact, not easy to get from Vancouver to Tumbler Ridge, so not even quite an hour yet, just arrived. You know, I've been to places like Humboldt, Saskatchewan, after that terrible bus crash with the junior hockey team, to Dauphin, Manitoba, when there also was a crash of seniors who were headed to a bingo hall in Carberry, Manitoba. I've come into communities that have suffered deep, tremendous losses. And I know how sensitively you have to tread. And so one of the things we're all trying to do, all the media, and certainly the CBC who are here, is be sensitive and at least at this point, kind of very carefully get the details of the story. So when a student and his mother are willing to talk, we certainly do appreciate that. Right now I'm at the New Life Assembly Church in Tumbler Ridge, and the reason that I'm here is that the two pastors, a husband and wife team, Gerald and Tracy Krause, they have been talking to people in this community, not just their congregants, but others as well. So I interviewed them. We'll have the full interview later tonight on News Network after your program. But I just wanted to mention that two of the congregant families here were victims of the shooting. One in hospital in critical condition, the other a young boy who passed away. And so talking to the Krauses, you know, they don't, nobody can make sense of this. Nobody has the right words, but we look to political leaders, as you just did in your interview with the Deputy Premier of British Columbia, and definitely spiritual leaders as well. People turn to them and ask them, if not to make sense of it, at least to provide some comfort. So they've been trying to do that. And for the Krauses, they have the additional burden but also insight of having lost a child themselves fairly recently. And they say that, you know, that helps them understand. And they repeated something to me today that I heard last night in our coverage as we talked to people from Tumbler Ridge, and that is just to give people a chance to talk, to figure out what kind of distance they want or don't want. And yeah, this I guess it's been just about 24 hours now, but yeah, treading very, very carefully, David, in this community, as you would expect.
Well, that's the thing, Ian, like when big things happen in small places, everybody is affected no matter what, because the connections are so intimate and so close. And in a town of 2,400 people, everyone will be touched by this tragedy.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because I'm reminded of another tragedy, and that was in North York, Toronto, in what would it have been, 2018, I guess, when a van was driven into, you know, a group of people. A lot of people died. I think women were primarily the targets. But as I went from the broadcast center in Toronto that night out to North York, it was a surreal scene, because there was a playoff hockey game that night, and there were people streaming to the game wearing hockey jerseys. on the same day this terrible thing had happened.
Right.
And so it's different in a big city, right? Like even
Yep.
with tragedies, it can feel different in a big city, but in a town of less than 3,000, there's nobody heading to a hockey game tonight. Like this is a place where everybody knows everybody and everybody has been affected.
Yep, they'll know their first name, their last name, and in many cases their middle name. Ian Henemansing, thanks for your time and good luck with your work there tonight. We appreciate it. And great job by you and the team last night in tough circumstances. That was good stuff, man. Thanks.
Thanks, David.
Well, here in Ottawa, Prime Minister Mark Carney was visibly emotional as he expressed sorrow for the victims and their families.
It's obviously a very difficult day for the nation. This morning, parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you.
Prime Minister Carney has ordered flags at half-mast for 7 days to honor the victims of the Tumbler Ridge shooting. He has also suspended his overseas trip to Munich. Carney and Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre were among those who delivered condolences in the House of Commons today before MPs adjourned the session early.
Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable.
As fathers, we both know the feeling of sending our kids to school, hoping that they'll play and perform, laugh and learn, but most of all, come home to us in our loving arms at night. I can only imagine the phone call or visit that brought the news, the panic, the helplessness, the heartache that followed. No parent should ever have to fear that their child will not return home from school. No parent should ever bury their own child.
Members of Parliament who are from British Columbia also spoke today about the tragedy their province is enduring.
As a dad, as a Canadian, as a British Columbian, this is the kind of thing that you dread every single day. It's unimaginable.
You read these things and you think they happen somewhere else. They don't happen here. It's incomprehensible, which means all we can say is that we send deepest condolences.
I mean, this would just be devastating for the community of Tumbler Ridge. It is for all British Columbians and Canadians.
These are people who know each other, they're neighbors, they're friends, and so the whole country, I think, is traumatized, but particularly the people in Tumbler Ridge.
It's a massive tragedy. We're not used to these magnitudes of tragedies this size, so yeah, it's a big deal.
There's no word that can describe what has happened.
It's more important than ever that we come together as a country, as a government, as communities across Canada, and really stand for unity in these difficult, difficult times.
Well, of course, the province of British Columbia is grappling with unimaginable tragedy. And last night, this was the message that Premier David Eby had for the province and the rest of the country.
It makes us think about our kids' safety when they're going to school. We take it for granted. You go to school, you come home safe. And events like this give us pause about that safety that many Canadians have the privilege to enjoy across this country. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask British Columbians, to ask all Canadians to wrap the people of Tumbler Ridge, wrap these families with love. Not just tonight, but tomorrow and into the future. This is something that will reverberate for years to come.
The BC legislature was scheduled to have its speech from the throne tomorrow, but that has now been cancelled and replaced with a speech dedicated to the community of Tumbler Ridge. I'm joined now by an MLA who would have attended the throne speech, but has instead traveled to be with his constituents in Tumbler Ridge. Larry Neufeld is the Conservative MLA for Peace River South, which is Tumbler Ridge's provincial electoral district. Larry Neufeld, I'm glad to meet you, sir. I wish it was under different circumstances. My condolences for everything your community is going through, sir.
The words are words are challenging these days to make sense of what's happening here, but thank you for that.
When did you start to hear about what was happening, right? Because I don't know if you were in the community or if you were in Victoria or where you were, but when did you start to get the news and realize how bad this was going to be?
I was in Victoria. I was in a caucus meeting, and it was a series of events that simply, in caucus, were not allowed phones for a very good reason. And I received a phone call, and I did not answer it, of course. But as soon as the text started rolling in, I knew while it was unfolding.
So you were able to, look, it's hard to get there, right? You look at the map, you're closer to Alberta, you're closer to Edmonton in Tumbler Ridge than you would be to Victoria. Like, how long have you been back in the community, and what's your sense of how things have been since you've been there?
Certainly getting from Victoria to Tumbler Ridge is, it's a journey. It's a flight from Victoria to Vancouver, Vancouver to Fort St. John, driving from Fort St. John down to Tumbler Ridge. And I didn't sleep last night, of course, and I was able to get here shortly before sunup.
So the security situation obviously is under control, right? But the aftermath of everything, the collective trauma and damage and loss that has been done is I don't even know when you begin to deal with something like that. But what is your sense of what the biggest need is in terms of a support in the community of Tumbler Ridge right now?
Well, I will say that I'm very, very impressed and very thrilled with the incredible response of the RCMP, of the ambulance service, of the medical services. And I remain very impressed with the response of the counselors, of the grief counselors, of the crisis counselors that are on site now. Had many, many phone calls last night with senior ministers within the government, and even 2 in the morning, 5 in the morning. And we have been supplied with the absolute utmost of what is available. So it's been a great response. The community is mourning beyond, mourning isn't the right word. Words in the English language do not exist that are strong enough to describe the devastation that this community has suffered. Those words do not exist.
No, when the deputy commissioner was going through the ages and of the victims, the tragedy was spelled out there in the years of their birth in particular. And that is going to be a difficult thing for any community. So I ask this question not because I'm trying to cause a political issue, but what are you short of right now? Like, what is needed right now? Because I know things get searched, but in a moment like this, you don't know what you need until you need it, right? So, like, what's your sense of what needs to come next?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a fair question. And I would say with the excellent response that we've had at this point, I have asked that exact question to every elected official in the community. I've asked that question of medical professionals in the community. And I will give credit where credit is due. And it's been an excellent response by the government. And they've done an admirable job. We have an excess amount of counselors at the moment, as an example. So prior to the interview, I was out on the street actually talking to citizens and encouraging them to engage with the counseling services that are literally available on a walk-in basis.
How do people seem, Mr. Neufeld, when you speak to them? Like, is it shock? Is it? I mean, how are they physically and visibly reacting when you speak to them about what's happened here?
I don't know that shock is set in yet, quite honestly. The only way that I can describe what I'm seeing and experiencing is numbness. That's the only word that comes to mind. I was in the military. I was an infantry platoon commander when I was younger, and I can handle a very significant amount of stress. I've been a consultant for 30 years. While walking the streets, convincing folks to utilize the services, I interacted with a family who was taking a victim daughter to the counselors, and I was shaken to the point where I needed to come back to the hotel and recover.
It's different when it's children, right? Like tragedies are tragedies. Tragedies with children are at a whole different level, especially when it plays out the way it played out throughout the hours of yesterday afternoon.
Without question. One of the, I won't go into the story. There was one of the teachers involved was there at the interaction with one of the students who was involved. And again, I'm a very, very strong person, but I needed to come back to the hotel to recover.
You mentioned the response of the first responders, but I wanted to get your thoughts, sir, in particular on what the RCMP did, because we think of the RCMP as the big national police force and all the things that come with it. But I'm from a small province that has a lot of contract policing in smaller rural areas, and there's no SWAT team, I'm going to assume, in that area, no tactical unit. These are your normal community policing officers. And they went in right away, not knowing what the situation was, and that may have made a difference, is what David Eby suggested last night. What is your sense of that, sir?
I would agree. In fact, I was on the phone while things were unfolding. I was on the phone with an individual who was in lockdown immediately next to the area of concern. And the individual was an elected official locally, and we were very, very impressed with the response, the helicopters, and the immediate response. As an elected MLA for this area, I am thrilled at what was available and how rapidly it was deployed as far as what the response was.
So we know Premier David Eby is on his way there, as is Federal Public Safety Minister Gary Anandasangari and others. That's not the full list of people who are deploying out to your town to see things for themselves and offer what support they can. What do you see as your role now as the MLA for the area? Because I mean, the government obviously can surge resources. You become an advocate. What do you do in the next little while, sir?
I wouldn't use the word advocate. I would use the word a voracious pit bull to ensure that this community continues to receive the absolute best care that is available. The fabric of this community has been torn, and in order for that fabric or that tear to be recovered and in any way whatsoever be repaired, the people of this community need and deserve the best and all of the best that's available.
Well, Larry Neufeld, people are going to need some help, and it sounds like you're ready to do everything you can to help them. I want to thank you for speaking to us. I know it's been a difficult time, but thank you for some of your time today, sir.
Thank you.
That's Larry Neufeld, the Conservative MLA for Peace River South. Well, the town of Tumbler Ridge has a population of just around 2,400 people, and the CBC's Nicole Aud arrived in Tumbler Ridge last night, and she joins us now. Nicole, thank you for your time. You must be exhausted. What have you been hearing from people in your time there?
Yeah, well, again, getting in last night, then being here today, it's been fairly quiet throughout the day. Not a lot of people out. Definitely, some people walking on the sidewalks, just stopping to talk with people, just trying to process what has happened here. There are, of course, remnants of what happened yesterday. Just over here, the street is still blocked off. There's police tape around the high school behind me, as well as a residence that's connected to this incident. As well, we have seen a small memorial start up today. The mayor, as well as some district councillors and some younger people from the community, just brought some flowers just on the road here behind me. Just obviously, yeah, people are very much in shock and trying to process what has happened here.
Yeah, I mean, what is the picture you expect of a town in the hours after a tragedy, right? Like, what does normal look like for Tumbler Ridge today, tomorrow, and the days ahead? And so, the police are doing their work. The government is surging resources. We know the Premier and others are on their way there. What can we expect to see in the coming days in Tumbler Ridge as they try to move forward on this and support people in whatever way they can?
Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, there is the day of mourning that is happening here in British Columbia tomorrow. As well, people are, even just locally, there's little things like, a free cup of coffee at the grocery store and a cookie, welcome to people. The school district here has set up resources, mental health resources, a space for people to gather at the community center here in Tumbler Ridge. As you said as well, the provincial government, the federal government are talking about bringing in resources here, obviously for the investigation of what happened. And there are a lot of questions still around, the victims. The suspect has been named, but, the reasons behind it, the mental health supports that were in place or not, as well as the weapons. So there are a lot of questions, and people are trying to figure out how to put things together.
Nicole Aud with the CBC in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Thank you so much, Nicole. Good luck in the days ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, here with me to help inform our coverage and on the police response in particular is Pierre-Yves Bourdois, the former RCMP Deputy Commissioner. PY, it's good to see you on a day like this. We appreciate you bringing expertise here.
Yes.
I'd like to start with what I was talking about with Larry Neufeld and just sort of the response we saw to the active shooter yesterday from the RCMP. Just walk us through, like, what would be the resourcing and staffing levels in a detachment in an area like the Peace River District in a community like this one?
Yeah, well, according to the website, they are currently at this detachment, Tumbler Ridge. Tumbler Ridge. Yeah. There are 5 members that are currently assigned to this particular area. So when the call came in, immediately the RCMP responded. The Premier indicated 2 minutes they were there at the scene. And in the press briefing this afternoon, their Deputy Commissioner McDonald indicated that there were some gun exchange fires, and the RCMP moved in, and according to the Premier, this immediate action could have prevented something a lot more serious than what is currently the results of this tragedy.
Okay, so the full detachment is 5 members, right? So like, normally in an active shooter situation, like here in Ottawa, there would be a tactical unit and different layers of policing, obviously. Correct. None of that would be available. Would this normally be very experienced officers, people out of depot, like first kind of posting? What was the profile of this sort of unit typically?
Well, normally these are where young members start their profession as police officers, and having worked in rural Canada for 15 years, you get to be very connected with the community. Community-based policing is what the RCMP is promoting. So it stands to reason that when a call of that nature comes in, training kicks in immediately. These officers get into their vehicle and get to the scene as quickly as possible. The marked difference between Canadian response and the U.S. response, and we've witnessed this in some U.S. situation where officers armed to the teeth surrounded the school and waited for additional support before moving in.
Right.
In Canada, we learned from Polytechnique in Montreal, where learning from this lesson, now police officers throughout Canada, by and large, will move in and try to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible.
Okay, because we saw that with Uvalde, Texas, right? Which was one of the, it's a policing failure, I think it is safe to say.
Correct.
Where they hesitated, delayed, and simply waited, and that led to more people being killed. But in this case, and this is bad. I mean, 8 people dead, 2 more, a 12-year-old and a 19-year-old, a girl and a woman in hospital, and teachers or educators killed. It could have potentially been worse if the police had not acted the way they did.
Correct. And also what was interesting is how quickly the support came in from surrounding detachments, and the helicopter was there to examine what was going on. What I took out of the press conference this afternoon from Deputy Commissioner McDonald is the fact that the RCMP has learned a great deal, but they're trying to analyze, what was the profile of this individual that committed this particular tragedy. Of course, there were some issues with the family. The RCMP has recognized that they've attended this particular residence. There were mental health issues. And the RCMP will step back after the investigation and will try to determine, have they missed something where there are signals in a small community that they should have acted on and didn't.
Okay. Well, no, that's where I wanted to go next, because I think when you lay it out that there's 5 officers there, that would explain the gaps in the communications, because, you know, the number of casualties, the 25 people who presented as injured made of, you know, that took up some time. But this was the other revelation today, right? That there have been repeated interactions over a period of years, mental health issues. Guns were seized at the house where the shooter lived. Now, that was years back. I don't think there was anything in the weeks leading up to this based on the calendar we're given. But should that, people will look at like guns, repeated mental health visits. This should have been a red flag. How do you process those?
Well, the big question is red flagged up to a certain point, and how many red flags do you need to act? And because you have to bear in mind that the RCMP has to operate within a certain legal framework. So therefore, the Deputy Commissioner indicated this afternoon that guns were seized, and you know, they managed the mental health issues at the time. But of course, things could be percolating up to a certain point, and then things flare up again, and that is probably what happened with the unfortunate tragedy that surfaced yesterday.
The other thing that has been suggested by the RCMP last night, I'm not sure if it was repeated again today, but the suggestion was that we may never know what the motive was. There is no clear established motive, though the killing of the shooter's mother and stepbrother is where it started and then went to the school. How hard would it be to determine what the motive was in a community this size, with someone you've interacted with as a police agency for a period of years, to come up with a probable reasoning for what happened?
Well, the RCMP will probably conduct a psychological autopsy on this particular individual, trying to determine whether or not, for instance, it was mentioned that there was a gender change over the last 6 years. What were the consequences? What was the reaction of the community? And then the RCMP will probably try to determine the online history of this particular individual to try to kind of have a better, clearer picture of what kind of mindset the individual had to create such an unspeakable tragedy for this small community. So therefore, there's going to be a lot of legwork that will need to be done by investigators on the ground to try to determine whether or not there were there were flags that should have been picked on and were not. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to bring closure to the community, to provide communities with additional information, because the trust needs to be maintained between, for instance, first responders, RCMP, and their community, because it's vital for the safety and security of not only this community, but rural community writ large in our country.
You mentioned the guns, and just for people to clarify at home, the seizure of guns at the residence several years ago were returned after the legal owner petitioned for them to be returned. We do not believe, based on the way that was portrayed today, PY, that this went back to that house necessarily. It might have been someone else's guns.
Correct.
But it's a little bit unclear there. But the information we got today was that a long gun and a modified handgun, to use the RCMP's phrase, were found at the scene of the incident, and that is all the RCMP will say while they investigate that. So we don't know the caliber, the capacity of either of these guns, because they're looking into who might have owned them, how they would have been acquired. What are the issues at play there, and why you wouldn't reveal that to the public at this stage?
Because there are a lot of, for the RCMP at this juncture, there are probably a lot of unknowns. And to share with the community writ large, you know, finite details about origins of the gun and so on and so forth. There's a lot of variables there that will need to be managed by investigators in order to secure all the information in relation to the origins of the gun, where were they obtained, are we talking about a stolen firearm, handguns, and how these handguns were obtained by the perpetrator. So these are all questions that will need to be answered before the RCMP can provide answers to the community. What I found quite interesting in the unfolding of this particular drama is the fact that the RCMP actually provided last evening a very superficial details as to what actually transpired. And there were a lot of frustration online with people saying, well, we didn't know about this, and there were a lot of speculation. the RCMP has learned a great deal from the tragedy, the mass casualty out of Nova Scotia, where they were severely criticized for not sharing details with the community. So they opened up yesterday, literally 5 hours after the tragedy, to provide a sense of relief by the community about like what they know thus far without going into finite details. And of course today they provided additional details, but what the public needs to know is that the RCMP needs to have concrete, solid information before they share this with the general public. And Deputy Commissioner McDonald recognized that, for instance, there were the number of actually casualties were not exact and they needed to rectify today. So sometimes if you go and share information too fast, it can have a backlash and you end up with having to rectify, facts that should have been maybe guarded initially and shared when it's solid and determined.
Okay, I want to explore that, but I just want to circle back to, I have a question about modified handgun.
Mm-hmm.
Is that to increase like firing capacity, the size, the number of bullets you can put? Like when we talk about a modified handgun, what is that police shorthand for?
Well, it could be, a modified handgun could be something that is semi-automatic versus fully automatic.
Right.
Are we talking, for instance, and I'd be surprised, but it's a possibility of 3D printers. And, so these are all elements that...
Right. Was it a manufactured weapon as opposed to a... Well, they're all manufactured, but you know what I mean.
Well, smuggled, stolen. So these are all elements that investigators will need to uncover in order to determine the origin of the weapon and how this individual actually accessed these weapons. Something that needs to be actually determined in order to maybe have lessons learned for the RCMP in the future.
Okay, we're going to pause this conversation for a second and come back to you. I do want to talk more about calibrating how much information you give out in the moment versus how much you keep secret. We're going to take a break, but still to come, Christine Blair, the mayor of Colchester County, Nova Scotia, tells us about what her community learned after a similar tragedy that happened in Portapique. Well, the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge is all too familiar on the other side of the country, where another community is still feeling the devastation of a mass shooting almost 6 years ago. In 2020, a gunman went on a rampage, beginning in Portapique, Nova Scotia. He killed 22 people in the province, and 15 of those victims were in Colchester, the county where Portapique is located. So, what can Canada learn from that community about the path through tragedy? Joining me now, Christine Blair is the mayor of Colchester County, Nova Scotia. Christine Blair, it's good to meet you. Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome.
As we were getting the details of what was happening in Tumbler Ridge, it must have been all too familiar for you. I mean, what was your reaction as you heard what was unfolding?
Another surreal situation, one that we never want to hear about again. We didn't think that we would be having so many of these incidents, but now here we are again, facing something that is so tragic and so profound for the whole community. It will affect the whole community, and our condolences from the municipality of Colchester go out to the families, to the community, and of Tumbler Ridge following yesterday's tragic events. We understand the close-knit nature of our rural communities. Portapique had 120 people. We lost 10% of the population that night in Portapique alone, with 13 people and another 2 in a close-by community of Debert. So it's, and our neighboring communities of Cumberland County and East Hants totaled the 22, and one of the victims was pregnant. So it's, we understand what you're going through this evening. It will be surreal, and it will be surreal for a while. But eventually, the reality will be faced, as difficult as that is.
Yeah,
it's really.
No, it's how do you deal with something like this, right? I mean, there's similarities in the tragedies, but each one is its own unique set of traumas and losses. And, you know, and leadership and government and support services have to help as best they can. So in this acute phase, Mayor, if we can just focus on this for a second, this immediate aftermath, based on the awful experience that your communities went through, I mean, what is your sense of what Tumbler Ridge is going to need in the immediate hours and days ahead now that the security situation has been resolved?
As much support as possible. And our municipality gave that as much as we could to the communities. We wanted to be supportive without being intrusive in the private lives of the individuals. And that's what we did. I called an emergency meeting of our council on the Monday following the weekend tragedies, but it wasn't until the following Tuesday that we actually knew the number of victims that were lost in that shooting. So we did what we could. One of the things that we did, we completely demolished the home of the perpetrator, of the shooter, and leveled the ground, and it is now a grassy lawn. So we took away the reminder of where this individual actually was. That's simply one thing that we did. But we were there as much as we possibly could to support our residents, to support the people who were the most directly affected, fully recognizing that our whole community was affected.
The challenge is in two parts, right? There's the immediate surge of support to deal with the acute tragedy in the moment. But I wonder about that, what comes next, the sustaining of the support, because you've spoken about the lack of support over time for people struggling with the trauma. 2 years after the shootings, one of the survivors, Leon Jowdry, I believe, I'm pronouncing that right, died by suicide, right? So what's your sense of what needs to change there in terms of the supports being sustained for a longer period of time?
We need continuing support, not just something. Right now, you have there are people that are coming in from victim services and from and to support families to give you as much support as can possibly be. But that is something that needs to stay. You need to have something that is consistent. In my opinion, you need to have trauma therapists that are available in the community on a regular basis for years to come. And this is something that people actually need. We do have supports in our province. We have mental health supports. We have various types of supports that are there. But what we need is something that my suggestion was that we have trauma therapists in the field that would meet with people in 3 different communities on a regular basis, week by week, so that people knew they were there and they knew they could come in and speak with them. Because history has shown us from other events, and this is exactly what's happening with us, is that you do have the effects over time. You will see more intimate partner violence. You will see more addictions, attempted suicides. And we have had 3 suicides in the last 6 years. One in April of 2024, the day before the anniversary of the mass shooting. So very, very difficult situation for our communities. And when you hear more things like this happening, and I mean, with our youth, our succession, our future, our youth, it makes it harder to bear, and it breaks your heart to know that what the people of Tumbler Ridge are going through right now.
No, I mean, the casualty rate continued to grow years after the shooting had stopped. And you talk about the impact on youth. That's especially critical here, given that it happened in a school. And yes. The majority of the victims range in age from 11 to 13. And their yes. classmates saw all of these things. So I know you talked about the need to have trauma professionals in the community. What's your sense of how long that would need to be sustained? Because, you know, fixing a broken bone, stitching up a wound, you have a sense of time, but like a wounded soul is a more difficult thing to diagnose. I mean, were you talking a year, 2 years in perpetuity? What would your recommendation on something like that be, Mayor?
I'm not a professional in the field, but what I can tell you is that you need to have consistent long-term care that people will be able to access. And a phone number and dropping by an office somewhere out of town. I think you need to have people in the field, in the communities to help.
One of the lessons, the very hard lessons that was learned from the tragedy in your community was more disclosure, better communication, more transparency.
Yes.
What did you make of what you saw from the RCMP in the last 24 hours in British Columbia? There was a briefing last night where high-level details were given, not tremendous amount of specifics, but the reassurance that it was under control and the security situation was resolved was there. And today, a fairly expansive update from the Deputy Commissioner. How do you rate what you saw from the RCMP years after your tragedy?
I would be inclined to say that the way the RCMP has responded would be very comforting to the people in the community, recognizing the quick response, recognizing the people who were the first responders and were there for them. That's huge. We had first responders there. We had boots on the ground. What we didn't have were alerts. The alerting system left a lot to be desired, and that was a problem. You did have alerts, and that is significant. Since then, of course, since the Nova Scotia shootings, the mass shooting. We have had a lot of work done through the Mass Casualty Commission and through the Progress Monitoring Committee that is monitoring the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission. And there's been a significant amount of work done to rectify and to meet the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission. That committee is still an ongoing thing, and I think that we have come a long way since then. We saw that with the James Cree Nation incident, where the alerts were very prevalent, and now we're seeing it here. But the response to Tumbler Ridge, the professionalism of the RCMP, and the way that they have handled this, I feel is excellent.
Well, Christine Blair, that's an encouraging thing to hear, because there were obviously problems, but if there's no growth and no improvement and no reform out of a tragedy like your communities went through, then it compounds it. And as difficult as this is, it is good to hear from someone in a position of leadership who led through that difficult time, seeing that lessons were learned and that changes got made.
Yes. Well, the RCMP, the RCMP officers and the first responders that had boots on the ground, they were exceptional. They walked into a hell that no one could ever imagine on that night. So I have nothing but respect for what they have done. But there were some things that, as you say, absolutely needed to be fixed, and we're working on that. That is still being worked on.
Christine Blair.
We've come a long way.
Well, Christine Blair, Mayor of Colchester County, Nova Scotia, it was lovely to meet you. Thank you for your insight on this, and I hope the lesson of the long-term supports is learned in Tumbler Ridge, so they can get the help they need. Thank you so much for your time today.
And again, my condolences.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Blair. Okay, a reminder for you at home that there are services available for those who need support. If you are in crisis, you can call 988, and you can see the numbers there on your screen for mental health support lines and the Kid Help Phone for people who need that specific level of support. Okay, we're going to bring back Pierre-Yves Bourdois, the former RCMP Deputy Commissioner, who's been here in the studio, who's been helping us through the coverage here. I said after our last chat, I wanted to pick up on the communication and what was revealed. That has to be reassuring to you as a former Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP, what we heard from Mayor Blair, that she sees real growth, real improvement, and a much better way of doing things right now.
It is reassuring, but the RCMP is in a constant flux of training.
Right.
And they need to learn from every tragedy that happened in Canada. Reason being that these lessons learned needs to be improved on. And one element that was crucial out of the Mass Casualty Commission, one of the recommendations was that the RCMP needed to have ostensibly a liaison officer that would liaise with the family that has been clearly affected, victimized by a specific tragedy. So this tragedy where the families of these young children, they need to be briefed on a regular basis on progress undertaken by the RCMP, just to ensure that they feel a level of confidence that things are progressing in the right direction. So therefore they feel comfortable that things are moving, and they also are provided with answers that keeps them awake at night.
How do you calibrate the public release of information? Like even with Deputy Commissioner McDonald today, he gave us a lot of details on things, and including where people were found, where they were killed, the ages, and updates on things, but kept back some things on the types of guns, right? Beyond a long gun and a modified handgun. There is the desire for the public to know, the desire for journalists to know. There is the speed and lack of guardrails, shall we say, on social media, where stuff is going to get out, right or wrong.
Correct.
That is a challenge for police. How do you calibrate that in terms of this new era of transparency and disclosure to the public, but the need to guard against screwing up the investigation?
And that is where the sweet spot is for the RCMP. They need to get this at this place where public feels reassured up to a certain point. But on the other end, though, the RCMP needs to maintain some information guarded, just to ensure that they will not affect the investigation down the road, because there might be people that are affected directly or indirectly, and they want to make sure that they provide enough information to basically reassure the public. But on the other end, though, they need to also keep some of this information to themselves because the investigation is moving in a certain direction. What I would encourage, though, investigators to do, though, is have and develop this special relationship with families of victims, so they feel like they have privileged access to some information that is germane to their own tragedy. And that is crucial for RCMP to maintain these liaison officers that will meet face-to-face with the affected families and just ensure that they know that the RCMP is moving in that direction. They provide them with timely answers, if at all possible.
Right.
So things are moving, and it's reassuring to these families that are grieving a tragic loss.
Does that just mean having frequent personal interactions, or does that mean sharing information that would not be in the public domain? Because you want to keep the family in the loop and sustain their confidence that you're working and making progress, but then that also becomes a operational risk to some degree, potentially.
Yes, but David, I've worked in rural Canada, and I know that you need to develop this personal relationship with these grieving families, and they need to have a sense that the RCMP is working for them to provide them with answers. And these personal relationships are crucial, in my opinion, to provide some type of relief and closure to these affected families.
So if we can, I want to look at sort of the rollout of the information over, say, the last 24 hours. Last night, when the briefing was given, versus today. Now, Deputy Commissioner McDonald, way more authority and leeway, and also more time to cross-reference and do things. Going back to where we started off, that the detachment in Tumbler Ridge is 5 officers, right? And I know they come in from other communities. But what is just the ability, and what do you think is sort of the standard to gather and deliver information in a smaller rural detachment in a evolving crisis like this in real time, beyond to say the risk to safety is over and we're working on it? Like, well, what is the ability and the threshold in your view?
Well, the threshold is that is operational and safety of the community first and foremost, and then, once this situation has been stabilized, that they've contained these risks, then they could start sharing with the community what is known. And last evening, the superintendent in charge of the district there was trying his utmost to provide information, but remain guarded in some aspect of the information that was being shared, because it was an ongoing situation, evolving situation, fluid, and they needed to maintain this particular aspect of some information because the investigation was moving rather quickly.
Right. So, and help me understand. Look, when you have, 8, they thought 9 dead, right? Others shot and airlifted to hospital in Vancouver. 25 people presenting with some sort of, it is a lot to deal with and process in this sort of moment. But also the 2 crime scenes.
Correct.
Right. It started in the house where the mother and the stepbrother were murdered, and then it went to the school where students and staff were killed. How does that complicate things? Because you have murders in multiple locations and multiple weapons, and you don't know if other people are involved. How does that complicate your ability to deliver information quickly?
Well, again, back to officer safety. So, and you have to bear in mind, Deputy McDonald clearly indicated that the call came in from the school first, and then later.
Yes.
The RCMP was made aware by a neighbor that there was something that was not...
I think a young female relative
Correct.
from the house where the killings happened went to the neighbor, told them what happened, and that's when the police were called to come there.
So then you have to bear in mind that the RCMP is focused on something very serious happening, obviously, at the local high school, and then all of a sudden something else surfaced. That needs to be addressed, you know, so, right. And with limited resources. So you're focusing your attention on managing all of these areas and trying to contain and trying to determine what's happening here. And there's been throughout Canadian history a number of circumstances where the RCMP was overwhelmed. You just think of James Smith in Saskatchewan or Portapique in Nova Scotia, where this situation, similar situation happened. Mm-hmm. So therefore, number one priority is officer safety, community safety, officer safety, and then trying to determine what happened. Once you get some ideas of what's happening, because you have to bear in mind that some people were confined to their homes. I was listening to one of the students that is hiding within the school, not knowing what's happening. It must have been the longest 2 hours of this young person's life.
Right. So in terms, look, yeah, and the way he was able to tell that story with such clarity and calm recall is remarkable, and you know, I hope that young man, you know, does well in this. But just one last point on the policing response. So when you get a phone call about shooting at a school, like we've all, you know, you live in North America, you see it more frequently in the U.S., but Canada is not immune. Like we've had La Loche, you know, we've had a lot of places where there's been multiple shootings. You get that, and then you get a call about a second location. You're immediately thinking, is there a third? Is there a fourth?
Correct.
Like, how far does this go?
Correct.
Right.
So therefore, you need to bring as many resources as possible. You need to have a central point of contact where information is being shared in a timely fashion to officers that are being deployed and trying to make sense of the whole thing as quickly as possible. So this is number one, community safety, number two, officer safety, and then down the road to communicate to and let the community know what's happening. But you have to bear in mind that you have students that are probably will be traumatized for the rest of their life. That we're in a situation where you need to bring stability quickly, and you need to remove these students from the scene in order to have them in a safe environment. And the poor parents, just think of parents waiting to hear what's happening there. I just can't even fathom what they must have gone through.
No, and the teachers and the family members of the teachers and the custodians and the people who work in that school, the horror of that is unimaginable. Pierre Bourdois, former Deputy RCMP Commissioner, always appreciate your insight on days like this. It helps us navigate the complexity. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, David.
We're going to dig more into that issue that PY just mentioned. How are teachers and students across British Columbia coping with all of this? We're going to hear from the president of the BC Teachers Federation coming up next. The British Columbia RCMP released more details today about the school shooting that has shocked this nation. 9 people died yesterday, including the suspected shooter, and several more were injured, with most of the scene unfolding at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. 1 educator and 5 students were found dead at the school. And CBC News heard this morning from local town councillor Chris Norbury, whose wife works as a teacher at the school and survived the shooting.
I know these children. You know, I've seen them grow up. I've interacted with them. We sang stories together. We read books together. I saw them in the community. I saw them at their sporting events. I saw them everywhere. And knowing that I can't see them anymore, that we won't see them anymore, that their family has to live with this incredible loss that I can't imagine.
I'm joined now by Carol Gordon. She is the president of the British Columbia Teachers Federation. Carol Gordon, it's good to meet you. I wish it was a happier moment, but thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation to come and talk.
We know, as of right now, a 39-year-old woman who was described as an educator and 5 students, 12 and 13 years old, were killed in the shooting. We don't know much more than that. So I just wonder, as someone who represents teachers and knows what it's like to be in a classroom, I mean, how are you coping with this news? What have you heard, if anything, from the teachers who teach at this school?
I've been mostly communicating with the local president there, who has gone out to the community, is working with teachers there, supporting them in any way that they need. There's been good communication with the district and the ministry and the government, and how to provide the supports to, primarily, I think, first of all, students and their families, but the workers who are there, whether it's the teachers, the support staff, the principals. It's such a school is such a tight-knit community anyways, whether you're in a big urban area with 2,500 kids or whether you're in a really small community with a small school. People know each other, they know their stories. And, I actually can't imagine what it's like in such a small community where everybody knows each other.
Well, in the where I'm from, in the small towns, the school is the community center. It is the lifeblood. It's the engine of the community, right? In that, where you have children, you have hope and you have a future. And I just wonder what you make of this tragedy happening in such an important institution, in such a small place, that at some point people may have to go back to.
That I can't imagine. I think, your previous, before the commercial, your previous speaker talked about or maybe it was you that talked about the trauma that students will face. That's, life-changing, and they'll feel it forever. I think the same will be for anybody who was in the school during that event. How hard that will be to go back whenever that time is. I'm glad the schools are closed this week. It's obvious why, and how the supports are being provided in different places within the community. But I can't imagine going back to a school where such a traumatic event happened. But that's, also what we do as teachers is support kids through those events. So it's our job as colleagues and leaders within the system to support those adults who are there as well.
Yeah, well, the teachers are going to need support, right? The student assistants are going to need support, the custodians, the administrative staff, everybody is going to need support. So I know you said you haven't spoken directly with people in the classroom necessarily, or in the classrooms necessarily, but you did speak with your local union president, which is the appropriate conduit to speak with. What is your sense after talking to them about how the faculty there is doing and what supports they might need and the availability of that support? I know the province is going to surge. I don't know if it's there yet, but what's your sense of what they have?
I will say that community has come together. We're hearing stories of, one way the union's doing it, but others are in the community are doing it, ensuring that everyone who was at the school that was impacted, because, it is a crime scene, and impacted, and going home, and how we can support them with whether it's transportation or food, counseling, direct services from the important district teams that are crisis teams that are coming in from around the province, from other districts. Actually, I understand ministry has let us know that there are other senior staff going in to support everybody. And so I think, what we're understanding is that community, isn't just a city or municipality or township. Community is actually much, much bigger than that. And, I think that's what we're seeing here is the support that's coming in. What we ensure as a union, as the local president supporting our members, is all of the supports that you have as a staff member from the district and through the union and through their health and wellness program, which is counseling, supports, and other resources that they might need. And so ensuring that they have every piece of information that they need in order to move forward, right. To cope now and to move forward.
Look, forgive me if this is an unfair question, and if you can't answer it, I totally understand, because we're very early in the investigation. But the RCMP did confirm today that the shooter was not a student, had dropped out of school 4 years ago, still somehow got into the school. Do you have security concerns about this? Has there been an issue with this in British Columbia schools, or is it just simply too early to know?
I think it is too early to speculate on anything. What I can say is that, teachers, administrators, all the staff within a school work really hard to make schools safe and inclusive spaces where all students feel welcomed and belong and know that they're cared for. And I think that's the most important thing right now. And that's what has to be protected going forward, is that these remain communities that are accessible to those, within it.
So when the dust settles on this, Carol Gordon, students will have to learn and teachers will have to teach. What are some of the key things you think need to be done before that process can begin in any kind of a healthy and meaningful way?
I don't want to get ahead of what's going to happen in Tumbler Ridge for the secondary school. What I can say is around the province right now, all teachers are working with their students. They are, I can't imagine what it was like this morning. As they continue to teach, they continue to, show up for their kids and use the supports that are available for them to, hold space for young people in their grief and their anxiety and their fear, as they try and make sense of something that is completely, unsensible. So I think that is a task that people have had across the province today, and something that is going to be facing those within Tumbler Ridge when schools open and they try to resume, some sense of normalcy. And I don't know, I can't imagine when that will be. And if, that community will ever, really return to any place that they had prior to yesterday morning. So
no.
What I will say is that, the expressions of support, I think, mean a lot. We're hearing from other teacher unions from across the Canada and globally who are sending messages. And I'm going to find a way to share that, but I want the teachers and all of the staff and students and families in Tumbler Ridge to know that people are caring. People care so much and want to find a way to support, and we'll make sure that happens.
Well, Carol Gordon, all the signals from the people in authority are certainly right, so hopefully it leads to what people need. So thank you for your time. Good luck with the work you have, and I hope the teachers and everybody there gets the help they need. Thank you. It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Coming up, how can adults navigate such difficult conversations with children in the aftermath of this tragedy? We're going to bring you some expert advice on that next. 8 people were murdered in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia yesterday. 2 of the suspected shooters, family members, 1 educator, and 5 students at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Deputy RCMP Commissioner Dwayne McDonald spoke about the victims earlier today.
Most of our victims are quite young. Most were born of the students, most were born 2013 and 2012. So as you can imagine, for family members, extended family members, friends of the family, etc., this is incredibly traumatic. We need to approach this with a trauma-informed practice. We don't want to create additional trauma for families that are dealing with probably the worst circumstances of their lives.
Okay, for more on how adults can navigate difficult conversations with young people in the aftermath of something like this, I'm joined now by Dr. Shimi Kang. She's a psychiatrist with Future Ready Minds and a clinical associate professor at the University of British Columbia. Dr. Kang, it's good to meet you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, David.
There are a lot of parents in Tumbler Ridge especially who have to have conversations they, I'm sure, were not prepared for and never imagined. I mean, how do you even begin to deal with something like this when you're right there in that community?
I can't imagine myself, as a parent. It is such a tragedy, and I think all of Canada's heart is breaking, and with the community of Tumbler Ridge. My best advice really is for those parents to initiate a conversation, because young children and teenagers may not. Start with a curious question. What have you heard? There's a lot of misinformation, a lot of speculation. They're getting their messages from social media or maybe other teenagers. So really giving them a sense of security with truth and fact-based information. Giving them a cue or guide for compassion for themselves, for the victims, the family of even the shooter, the community at large, and ending with a note of optimism. That's really important. It's hard to find in a moment like this, but letting their child know that they are safe. The community is now safe. Measures have been taken, and really keeping a close proximity, especially to the younger kids. Older ones may want to do some advocacy, letter writing, fundraising, and allow them to put that energy there, and using the beauty of the nature in the community to also help them heal, as well as the professionals that are there on the ground.
People, kids who have heard about this, people who are aware of this, but what if the question is to the child, what did you see? Because it happened in a school. Library, stairwell, hallway, 25 people presented for treatment, some of them covered in blood that was not theirs last night. So there's degrees and gradients of this, right? How do you even begin to start with someone who may have been there and seen it?
Yes, absolutely. And such an important question. And you want to ask that question because memories can be locked in the brain. And we know that talking about them, if the child is young and doesn't want to talk about it, then drawing a picture and other means. We use play therapy for young people, but really understanding that once you see something, you can't unsee it. It does need to be processed. And that's true too for images. Of course, real life is the most intensive, but again, images on social media, other aspects of the story that may be traumatic, especially to young people, and being mindful of giving them the information and support, but also trying to encourage them to get back into some routine of those things that are healthy coping strategies, whether it's a walk in nature, time with family, or playing sports or their exercise.
That is going to be an incredibly difficult thing in a situation like this one, right, in Tumbler Ridge, because the murders mostly happened at the school. And what's more a part of your routine than going to school when you're 11, 12, 13 years old, as many of these dead children are. And that's often where the sports team will be located. I mean, what sort of a complication does that bring to the whole process of just coping with the acute tragedy and then the healing process in the time ahead?
Absolutely. And for the community that spent 4 hours in lockdown, their own homes may feel very triggering. And I would say across the nation, parents and teachers are probably scared about the idea of going to school. There's a concept called neurons that fire together, wire together, which explains what you're talking about. Is the school field will trigger that brainstem to move into that survival response of anxiety, freeze, irritability, fight, and flight. They want to avoid it and not discuss it. That's a natural part of the early trauma. Gratefully, neurons can also unwind and remove that association. It does take time. It can be helpful with professionals, but avoidance actually promotes more anxiety and fear. But it's a really sensitive, gentle dance of trying to get people out there, and you want to guide them, not push them, but also, try to encourage back into regular life.
So look, I don't know if there's any community in the country with a population of 2,400 that has trauma therapists, child psychologists, and the sort of mental health professionals that are going to be required at any kind of a scale. Obviously, there will be efforts to surge support there in the immediate aftermath. But we spoke with Christine Blair earlier in the show, who is the mayor of Colchester County, the area where the Portapique shooting happened in Nova Scotia 6 years ago. And we've heard from people who live in La Loche, Saskatchewan, where there was a school shooting, that the support either wasn't enough or it didn't sustain over time. What level, how do you overcome that? Like, what levels over what duration of support are people going to need, do you think, in a moment like this, Doctor?
Yeah, our schools and our school system is stretched, our healthcare system is stretched. I'm glad to hear supports are dispatched and deployed. I do worry about long-term because it can take a long time. The stages of grief are initially shock, denial, anger, depression. That cycle can go on for years for some people. So it does require long-term, sustainable supports, and also tapping into building capacity within that community. People can't just be flown in. Really looking at the strengths within the community, how can they be built and bolstered, and how can the schools themselves and the teachers who are going to be really on the front lines of this be supported over the long term.
Dr. Shimi Kang, we appreciate your time. A psychiatrist with Future Ready Minds and a clinical associate professor at the University of British Columbia. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, David, and take care. This is a tough day for everyone.
Oh, that is true. Thank you so much, Doctor. Well, here in Ottawa, Prime Minister Mark Carney visibly emotional as he expressed sorrow for the victims and their families.
It's obviously a very difficult day for the nation. This morning, parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you.
Prime Minister Carney has ordered flags at half-mast for 7 days to honor the victims of the Tumbler Ridge shooting. He has also suspended his overseas trip to Munich for the security conference there. Carney and Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre were among those who delivered condolences in the House of Commons today before MPs adjourned early.
Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable.
As fathers, we both know the feeling of sending our kids to school, hoping that they'll play and perform, laugh and learn, but most of all, come home to us in our loving arms at night. I can only imagine the phone call or visit that brought the news, the panic, the helplessness, the heartache that followed. No parent should ever have to fear that their child will not return home from school. No parent should ever bury their own child.
Now, the other party leaders also spoke in tribute today in the House of Commons.
In the name of the Bloc Québécois and in my own, I would like to offer my deepest condolences.
Now that is, as far as we can tell, the very first and only time that Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet has addressed the House of Commons in English because he wanted the people of BC to hear his condolences. The interim NDP leader and the Green Party leader also paid tribute.
We remember each of the victims, not as numbers in a headline, but as human beings whose lives were rich and meaningful. The light that they brought into this world and the potential they carried can never be replaced and will never be forgotten.
There are no words, and politicians will try to find words. I'll try not to. This is the kind of thing none of us want to have happen in Canada, but to have happen in a place like Tumbler Ridge, so small. Everyone knows everyone.
Okay, we do want to take a moment to note some other significant breaking news from the United States. The majority of the U.S. House of Representatives has voted to back a resolution that would end Donald Trump's tariffs on Canada. The vote was 219 to 211, which is significant because it means some Republicans joined Democrats in their objections to the president's trade policies. The resolution seeks to end the national emergency that Trump invoked in February 2025 to empower his tariffs on a range of imports from Canada. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to return to our top story next with a first-hand account of one of the first school shootings in Canadian history. Anne McGrath, a friend of the show, she was here last night on the Power Panel. She's going to tell us about her experience from 1975 when a shooter entered St. Pius X High School in Ottawa in her class. That's next. Well, as we take stock of this tragedy in Tumbler Ridge, memories from one of Canada's very first school shootings are front of mind for a friend of this show. That's Anne McGrath, the former director of the federal New Democratic Party. McGrath was in classroom 71 at St. Pius X High School in Ottawa on October 27, 1975, when a high school student entered and opened fire. 18-year-old Mark Huff was among those injured. He died in hospital over a month later. 17-year-old Kim Rabeau was also killed earlier that day. The shooting at this Ottawa high school more than 50 years ago helped pave the way for new federal gun control measures, and Anne McGrath joins me now. And good to see you.
Nice to see you. Tough day.
I've known you for 10. I had no idea about this part of your history. When you're listening to everything today, I mean, what was it like seeing this, having this in your past?
Well, it's hard any time, and there have been a lot of school shootings in the years since ours, and it's always really hard to watch it and to kind of almost re-experience everything. But I'm not surprised that you had no idea, because most people had no idea, because 50 years ago nobody talked about these things. The message always was to move on, to get past it, to not bring it up. And so I have actually lived most of my life not talking to people about it, and and I have close friends and colleagues who have no idea that this happened.
I don't know how far you want to go in reliving it, so if you don't want to with specific questions, I get that. But were you in the school when this happened, or were you in the class?
I was in the classroom. I was in the classroom when the door was kicked open and the shooter started firing off a sawed-off pump-action shotgun.
Right, and well, I mean, my God, I don't even know. I mean, were you hurt? You saw obviously everything that happened there.
Yes, absolutely.
And this was like, we're now talking about counselors and surging, and that was not the way it was in 1975.
It absolutely wasn't the way it was, and things are so different now. Even in the experience of that day, I mean, there was no social media, so we had no idea what was going on. We had no idea if there were shots coming from both the doorway and outside or anything like that. So in order to get out of the classroom, a bunch of the students picked up chairs and desks and started smashing the windows, which made some of us, me in particular, for instance, feel like, oh, they're shooting from me outside now.
Right.
And so, kind of to hit the deck again. And then when we finally did leave, there was nowhere to go. So I remember, for instance, walking down the back streets by myself and hiding behind trees and bushes every time a car would come by, in case there were shooters everywhere.
Like, my kids are 9, and actually it's my oldest 12th birthday today, excuse me. They do lockdown drills.
Yes.
At their school here in Ottawa. And you think of it as a hypothetical thing, but you can see the value in it when you look at the orderly barricading and the stay in place that we saw in Tumbler Ridge, and how they waited for the police to tell them to come out, and the contrast with what you have just described with just wandering the streets of Ottawa as a high school student.
Yeah, it was total chaos. We were like zombies, and we scattered, and we, I remember going to the police station later that night to give the witness statement or whatever it was, not realizing that I had, blood and brains in my hair, and it was an unreal experience, and I don't think you ever feel completely safe after something like that. So it's always hard, even hearing when these things happen, whether it's in Canada or anywhere else, whether it's Columbine, Virginia Tech, Parkland, any of these places, you do relive it. But I do notice some differences, for sure. I mean, I do think that, that the response is much better now. The presence of counselors, I noticed, for instance, in Tumbler Ridge that the school is closed for the week, which is, we went back to school the next day.
What?
Yeah, we went back to school the next day.
Okay. So
I think it's what people thought was the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah, look, and look, what is the right thing to do, right, in these unimaginable moments? But you said you were wondering, you said you have blood, like you were in the blast radius, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
I mean, how did you deal with it, right? Because then we just had a conversation with a psychological professional, talking to the teachers union about all the supports people are going to need, but you didn't have any of that. So it's like, how did you process it, or did you?
I don't think I did. I think I remember finding it very hard to ever have my senses cut off. So, for instance, having a shower was out of the question because you can't hear anything. So I'd have to have, baths or whatever. I remember, like not being able to sleep without the lights on for quite a long time, months, I would say. And I would say even still, I do things like I make sure that my desk is always facing the door. I check exits when I walk into any space. I either overreact or completely don't react to loud noises or commotions. So I either have a startle response, like a backfiring of a car or something like that, or I will myself not to react when something's happening.
So when you think about how you just kind of had to deal with this on your own, I think it's fair to say, right? Back in 1975, these kids in Tumbler Ridge, I mean, what do you hope is there for them? What do you think they're going to need today, tomorrow, and the days after that?
I think they're going to need people to be compassionate, obviously, and to.
Here, we got the. I need these and more. So they're there if you need them.
So I think we need people to be compassionate, but to recognize that everyone is an individual, and so some of them will want to talk a lot, some of them will not want to talk at all, and I think that. It's very hard. I believe now I have more compassion now that I'm older. I believe that it is very hard for the family and friends who were not there or who experienced it sort of secondhand to know what to do. And so I kind of look back now with compassion on the fact that I was filled with rage and fear. And my parents and my siblings and others were probably walking on eggshells around me for who knows how long, because they didn't want to say the wrong thing. They, when there was a door slammed and I jumped, I would get mad, at everything, because I was just so angry about what had happened.
It was remarkable, but then it also reminded me as I was reading about this incident today. It happened here in Ottawa. I was, 2 or 3 years old when this happened, so it was not something I saw and remembered. But the fact that the shooter bought the gun at a department store in the Byward Market, right? And I was like, how could that happen? But then I remember back, in the 80s growing up, you could buy guns at Kmart. It was Woolco, I think it was at the time, not even, and this moment helped change a lot of that, right? What do you make of where things are now because of it all?
Yeah, no, I mean, he bought the gun at a giant tire store in the Byward Market, and he modified it. He sawed it off to make it pump action, so that the gun would spread, spatter. And there was a kind of a shock, obviously, in the community, and people just. Almost, I don't know if it was a deliberate program, but I remember people like coming in droves to drop off their guns at the police station. There were stories about it. People were coming in, and there were, I saw the shots of police standing there with the piles of guns on a table in front of them, right? And people were shocked at the fact that he had bought it at a discount store. And we were like, I was 17 at the time, so he would have been 17 or 18. He was a classmate. He sat in front of me in algebra class for years, and I think people were wanted to do something about that. And there were some changes that were made then around licensing and regulation of firearms. And I think every time that there is an incident like this, there's a kind of more of an impetus to actually to do more, to try and find ways to make sure that these things don't happen again. I mean, even just listening to the little bit that I've heard today, there are some clear warning signs and some clear things that, like, you wonder how there were guns in that house.
Yeah, and there were guns that were taken, returned to the rightful owner. Don't know if that means they went back to the house, and we don't know where he got the weapons today. Right. So but I take your point, right? Like that there were constant interactions that were warnings. But you said you went back to school the next day. I don't know how they're going to go back to school or when they're going to go back to school in Tumbler Ridge. I mean, did it ever get to a point, Anne, where it felt normal? Because at that age, like, school is everything for you, right? It is the center of your social life, your activity life, and the core function of your routine.
Yep.
was it ever normal for you?
I don't know if normal would be the word, because I do remember being in class, for instance, and you know, if the door opened quickly or something, some of us would duck for months afterwards. And you know, I remember the day that the inquest opened was the day that Mark Huff actually died. And we had actually a paper due that day on the meaning of tragedy.
Oh my God.
Shakespeare's Hamlet. And I remember having to go up to the English teacher and ask him for an extension to the Monday. That was on a Friday, asking for an extension to the Monday on the paper.
To the Monday?
Yes.
48 hours was enough time. You have to laugh almost because there's a gallows humor component to it all.
Absolutely, yeah. It was so. I mean, I don't think normal, but you know, you do like adjust, I guess, you know, and you do like you keep going to school and you keep, you know, writing papers and doing exams, and you know, the next year I went to university, and you know. But you're aware of things that probably other people your age are not aware of. Things like I said, like of, you know, when a door opens and you're not expecting it to, or where you're sitting in a room, or any of those kinds of things.
Well, what about your views now, like as an adult, and you know, looking back at how you view, like, you know, I've maintained some relationships from high school, lost other relationships from high school, the normal drifting away. I mean, how does it work, or how has it worked with you and your classmates, many of whom went through something that is completely unimaginable?
Well, it is strange. You know, like we do have we've had one reunion. We're having another one coming up. We had a mass, actually. I'm not religious anymore, but we did have a mass that I went to the week of the anniversary in late October.
It was 50 years, October passed.
Yeah, October 27th was the 50th anniversary, and we had a mass around then in memory of Mark Huff, who was the student who died. One of the ones that died, and we, you know, it was a you know, people were sad and happy, you know, like we were happy to see each other, and we know each other, and you know, we kind of have contact on and off with different people, but.
Right.
But I don't think you ever, you know, I remember when the Montreal Massacre happened, I did a media interview with Barbara Frum, and I was in Calgary at the time, and one of the students who I had been close to in the class phoned me, and you know, like from Ottawa, and was like, oh my goodness, I you know, we never talked about this, and it was so great that you did, you know, so.
It's, you know, St. Pius X. There was a St. Pius X in St. John's in the old Catholic school system when I was growing up. Everyone just called it Pius, right?
Yes, that's right, because we called it here too, Pius.
But how do you talk about it much with the classmates when you get together, or is it like a shared thing that you kind of acknowledge but don't dwell on?
I would say it's more of a shared thing, and it sometimes comes up, because I know people and I see them, you know, and we don't talk about it. But occasionally we will kind of make a reference to it. And again, I think that is something that might change for people now, because the difference in how we respond to these things is just astronomical. Look, we had, they brought counselors in, I think it was maybe 4 months afterwards. It was after Christmas, I know, it was like February or March. And I went to one session with the counselor during school, and it was one counselor who had been brought in, and there were 4 or 5 of us in a group in the class, in the session with the counselor. And I can tell you, I did not say one word in that session.
Just closed off.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, it is better now. The unfortunate thing is that it took so many tragedies to learn the lessons, right, of how to respond to it. And, you know, someone had mentioned to me that you were part of an active shooting, and I thought of the Parliament Hill shooting.
Yes, I was involved in that too.
Because you were there, right?
Yeah.
Like you were working for, because I was still working in St. John's at the time, and I remember interviewing Jack Harris when I was hosting Here and Now, the supper hour show back in Newfoundland, and about being barricaded in the caucus rooms and people being barricaded in the office. We were talking to the Newfoundland and Labrador MPs, and I mean, that must have been awful for you, being in the middle of that after everything you went through in high school.
It was, and it was strange because, for one thing, I knew what was going on, which is different from 50 years ago. I knew that those were shots that were being fired. At first, in Pius, I wasn't even aware that they were shooting, that it was a shooting. But I knew that those were gunshots, and I was at the front of the caucus room making a presentation. There was a bullet that actually came right through the door in front of me, and then we all got rushed out to a side room, and then they rushed us back into the room that we had been in, the caucus room. And I remember lying on the floor in the translation booth and thinking, how does this happen to somebody twice?
I know.
So.
I know.
Yeah.
It is these remarkable accidents of history. I know 4 people from my hometown who were in the towers or entering the towers on 9/11.
Yep.
And it's just, they're all alive. They all survived. But it's just, it is these cosmic things that I regret to say I had no idea you'd been through that. And I want to thank you just for your generosity and openness to come on and talk about it on a day like this, right? That it's hard, but it can be overcome. And
well, I will say one other thing, and that is social media. There's a lot of problems with social media, but I'll tell you, in the Parliament Hill shooting, I was very grateful for the fact that I had a phone.
Yeah.
Because I could find out what was going on. I could communicate with family and friends, and that was very different from 50 years ago.
Well, Anne, it's always great to have you on the show. Look forward to having you back in the normal punch role. Sam McGrath, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And look, a reminder that there are services available for those who need support. You can see the numbers there for the various services. And if you are in crisis, you can call 988. I am David Cochran. Thank you all for watching Power and Politics. It's been a heavy day. On a lighter note, I want to wish my oldest boy a happy 12th birthday. Hannah Mensing tonight is up next. Ian is hosting live from Tumbler Ridge and has more coverage from that community where a lot of kids my boy's age, it won't be another birthday. We're also expecting an update from British Columbia Premier David Eby tonight, so stay right there here on CBC News Network for the latest on this breaking story. You're in good hands with Ian and his team. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everybody.
with my grandchildren that were involved in the shooting. They are safe, but yeah, that was a big concern. And knowing that there are parents out there that their kids are not coming home tears at me.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this house mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this house prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you.
Hi, I'm Ian Hannamansing. It is just after 5 o'clock Mountain Time. That is local time here in Tumbler Ridge, and it does feel surreal to be standing just outside the secondary school, now site of one of the worst mass shootings in Canadian history. You're going to hear from community members, some of the people who have felt the impact of that shooting over the next 2 hours. But first, a quick look at what we know this hour. 9 people are dead, including the shooter, 27 others injured. Police say 1 teacher and 5 students were found dead at this school. Officials identifying the shooter as 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar. The suspect believed to have killed 2 relatives at the family home before the school shooting. Police confirm they made multiple visits over the last several years to the house, those visits in relation to mental health calls.
We understand the community has questions, and we understand they want to know the motive behind this tragic incident. We do believe the suspect acted alone, and there are currently no other outstanding suspects. Our investigators remain on scene, actively gathering information to determine the full circumstances of what transpired. This is a deeply distressing incident where 9 individuals have senselessly lost their lives. Our thoughts are with the families, the loved ones, the first responders in the greater Tumbler Ridge community, and all those impacted by this tragic incident.
One of the things we hear over and over from people here in Tumbler Ridge is just how tight-knit it is, just over 2,400 residents. It's known for its mining industry, the northeastern British Columbia town, 400 kilometers from Prince George, about 100 kilometers from the Alberta border. One of my colleagues here, CBC's Julie Wong, joins me now, and it's been a difficult day for obviously the people of Tumbler Ridge. A lot of them reluctant to speak. You very carefully and sensitively have been going around the town to find out a bit more about the victims.
Yeah, when you hear about some of the ages of these victims, you just really get a sense of the gravity of this situation and how it has impacted so many families in this small community. We know that 3 of the victims are 12-year-old girls. There is 1 12-year-old boy, 1 13-year-old boy, along with a 39-year-old female educator who were found inside this school that you see here behind us. Police saying that they found one of the victims inside a stairwell. The other victims were found inside the school library. So some of those details, a school being a place where many people send their children, and because they think it's safe, to now know it's become a crime scene is really tragic. And we also know that there was this second scene, I was there earlier today, where 2 bodies were found inside that home. The 39-year-old mother of the suspect, 11-year-old stepbrother. We're still piecing together more details about the family situation. I spoke with a neighbor. She didn't want to be identified, but she tells me that she and another neighbor went into the home yesterday afternoon because they heard these cries for help, and what she saw devastated her. She said that it's something that she can't unsee just because of how graphic it is. So this is really something that has impacted, I think, each and every family, each and every person in this community, considering how small and tight-knit this community is.
You're not identifying her. She doesn't want to be identified. She didn't want to be on camera, but she did tell you her story. It must have been harrowing even to hear her talk about that.
Yeah, it really was. It was very incredibly striking. It was hard to hear. Some of the details that she described were very graphic in terms of the wounds that were on those 2 people inside the home. And the subject matter in and of itself was just really hard. I had a conversation with both herself and her mother, and it was just it's hard to find another word. It was just really, really difficult. Everyone was taking time to think and pause. They didn't want to say anything out of turn. They wanted to be really careful with their words, and you can tell just how much this has impacted them. They say that their sense of safety in this community has really been shattered. They describe living in this community as a place where they don't have to lock their doors. They leave their homes, they go somewhere else, they come back, and they never expect anything to happen. So this has very dramatically changed how they see Tumbler Ridge, how they see their fellow residents here. But as we've been going around talking to people in this community and seeing how people have gathered, you can get a sense of how they've come together. We were in the town center, the town square, a little bit earlier today, and there are people who just gathered sort of impromptu inside a grocery store. You can tell that they just wanted to be together. And we went to a bakery inside that same area, and they were offering free coffee, free baked goods. They wanted people to know that, hey, we are there for you. We want you to know that this community has your back. They weren't accepting any money for the coffee, for those baked goods. They just wanted to accept donations for the community. So you can definitely tell this is a place that has really come together over this last little bit.
I should say, when you were talking to those two people who discovered the bodies in that home, I heard we were talking to some of our producers back in Toronto, and you said that a neighbor came by, right, and said, look, there are victims' families on the same road, and we really would appreciate if the media wouldn't stay here, and you didn't, and you left. We've been very attentive to that and very careful, but it's also important in a sensitive way to tell the stories, which you have, Julia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
CBC's Julia Wong with me here in Tumbler Ridge, and we'll hear more from her later on The National. Well, Tanya Fletcher has been following the latest in this investigation. She's in our newsroom in Vancouver. And what can you tell us, Tanya, about the timeline of events?
And we are getting some answers to that. So we do know, let's take you through the timeline at the school first of all. It was at 1:20 in the afternoon that RCMP received those reports of an active shooter. That's when they put out that public alert that hit people's cell phones. Officers arrived at the scene within 2 minutes of that call. And as they moved into the school, there was active gunfire, they say. Rounds were fired in the direction of officers. They did not return fire, we heard today, but we do have new video showing students running from the school as this was all underway, as emergency responders were starting to arrive on scene. Ultimately, more than 100 students and staff were evacuated. The suspect was found dead inside shortly after of an apparent suicide. That's when police also found those 6 victims. So we have the 1 female educator, as Julia mentioned, the 3 girls, the 2 boys, ages 12 and 13. One of them was found in a stairwell. The rest of them were discovered in the school library. And those 25 others who were injured were kind of triaged at the scene, and the 2 other females were airlifted to hospital. So that's kind of the timeline of events and those new details, that new video that we do have of the school location, the shooting of that site itself, Ian.
And so that's the shooting at the school that is behind me. But there was another location as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's the residence we've been talking about, the home where 2 other people were found dead. And that, in fact, is where the crime originated, even though it wasn't discovered until after the school shooting. Here's RCMP describing how they were initially notified of that crime scene.
We were called because a neighbor, there was a young female at that home that went to the neighbors, and that's how we learned that there were 2 deceased at that residence. So the neighbor called the police. We know the sequence of events now is that the incident at the home occurred first, where we have the 2 deceased family members, and from there our suspect attended the school and commenced their criminal activity there.
And so the suspect's mother and sibling, stepbrother or brother, were found dead at that home before the shooting spree kind of moved on to the school. And Ian, that shelter-in-place alert was in place for several hours. I know it's hard to imagine when we've been talking about this for almost 24 hours now, and I'm sure you're getting a better sense of that down on the scene. But for people who were in this position for several hours, the chaos, the fear, the uncertainty that unfolded, we're really getting a better sense of the timeline and how this must have felt like forever for those people involved, Ian.
Yeah, and for every one of those scenes, for every one of those victims, there are so many stories. And we heard from Julia the story of the two neighbors from that house, and going in and seeing the two people who were killed there, and how haunted they are by what they saw. Tanya Fletcher, thank you very much. This is a time when a lot of people are turning to political leaders and asking them for their guidance, and it's a challenging time. And Larry Neufeld, I'm going to ask you to come in here. He is the MLA for Peace River South. This has got to be a tough day for you, for your community. Tell me about the last few hours.
Exceedingly difficult, without question. Walking through the community, the spontaneous hugs, the blank stares. The trauma is not a word that applies. Devastation is not a word that applies. In my estimation, there is not a strong enough word in the English language that would describe what has happened to this community. And my heart is torn.
Yeah, I may, if I ask you to come a little closer to the microphone there, you know, you're an MLA.
Yes, sir.
You're you know, people ask you for help on issues like building highways and school and hospital funding. And then all of a sudden, they're turning to you at a time like this. You don't have any kind of special book to follow. So what kind of guidance, where are you drawing that from?
I think from inner strength and the love of the community. It's simply, we have nothing else to rely on. Thankfully, there isn't a book for a scenario like this, and hopefully there never is.
Yeah.
What I would say, though, is being a Northerner my entire life and being an incredibly proud representative of the individuals of this community and the communities surrounding, I have full confidence that this community will survive. Northerners are a tough folk, and I'm one of them, and we can take a lot. This is beyond a lot. We will survive.
Have you been talking to families of victims at all?
Not as yet. I'm relying on the guidance of local representatives before that happens. Yeah. Being incredibly respectful of the families, which are the only thing that matter, is paramount. And with other elected officials coming in, we want to have a very structured process by where we're minimizing any trauma or any additional infliction of wounds psychically by our presence or lack thereof.
Yeah,
So,
you know what? I mean, we feel exactly the same way in the media, right? That it's important to cover this story, but it's also important to give people their distance.
it's, as you've seen, the community is torn apart. We need to heal, and what that path forward is, I don't know, but it will happen. And these are fantastic, amazing people, and the community's been wounded very deeply.
You're the Conservative representative, MLA. Does that matter right now, being the Conservative?
Absolutely not. When if the Prime Minister does arrive, when the Premier arrives, we all wear different colored T-shirts. I could care less. I'm going to shake their hands as friends, as brothers, as comrades. We are here for the people of this community, regardless.
Great to hear, and although it's sad that it's under these circumstances, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Larry Neufeld, the MLA for Peace River South. All right, let's go back to our Vancouver newsroom. We are learning more details of the shooter in this tragedy, and Sarah Galashan is joining us now with what we found out today. Sarah?
Yeah, Ian, so at that press conference earlier today, we learned quite a bit of information, actually. You said it off the top, but the name given by RCMP of the suspected shooter here is Jesse Van Rootselaar, 18 years old, they say. They gave some detail in terms of the fact that Van Rootselaar was born male. They say 6 years ago, began the process of transitioning to female. And you'll remember yesterday in that initial alert when they were alerting about the shooter, the description was for a female with brown hair wearing a dress. They were asked at that press conference, The question was something like, why have you waited this long, a day later, to talk about the fact that that this is a trans woman that we are talking about? And the response from the police was that they had not waited. This was simply the first time that they had been asked. And when further questioned whether or not that transition process could in any way be linked or provide explanation for motivation of the shootings, what we heard from the RCMP is that at this point they do not have a link. They continue to search and look for evidence in terms of what motivation for yesterday's shootings might be. Van Rootselaar's 39-year-old mother, Jennifer Strang, we learned, as well as 11-year-old stepbrother were killed in the family home. That was before the school shooting. It was, though, the second 911 call coming from a neighbor to RCMP. That neighbor had been alerted to the murders by Van Rootselaar's young female relative, Van Rootselaar. Now, Jesse Van Rootselaar didn't attend the high school. The other thing we learned is that this is someone who had dropped out, they believe, of high school about 4 years ago. And as well, in terms of the guns that were used, they were not owned or registered to Jesse Van Rootselaar, though Van Rootselaar had a firearms license. But Ian, what we understand now from RCMP, or we have since learned, is that that was a license that had expired back in 2024.
And Sarah, when police got the call to attend that residence, it was an address that was familiar to them.
Yeah. No, they talked about that and were quite ready with that information, because it was an address that familiar in that they had been, RCMP had been called to there multiple times on mental health calls. That's how they described it. I want to play you a little bit of the press conference and an exchange that provides a little, with a reporter, that provides a little more answer to that. Take a listen.
Police had attended that residence on multiple occasions over the past several years, dealing with concerns of mental health with respect to our suspect. I can say that on different occasions, the suspect was apprehended for assessment and follow-up.
So apprehended under the Mental Health Act?
Yes.
Taken to hospital?
In some circumstances, yes.
Just I want to recap what you just heard, or were not quite able to make out there, and that is that among the times, and there were multiple times that they attended the house on mental health calls, there were occasions, we don't know the exact number, in which there was a hospitalization under the Mental Health Act. Don't know how many times that actually occurred, but it did happen. As well, what they couldn't tell us was whether or not Jesse Van Rootselaar might have been or was being treated or receiving any medication as recently as yesterday for any mental health issues. That home that we were showing pictures of, that the family home, as I say, continues to be a focus for the investigation. Ian, as they, and you know this because you are on the ground there, continue to comb through looking for any evidence, anything that might lead them to determine what the motivation might be. But they say that at this point, Ian, there has been no note, no writings that they can turn to explain what is really unexplainable.
Sarah Galashan, live in our Vancouver newsroom. Thank you. Coming up, we continue to get reaction here to the mass shooting. I'll be speaking to the mayor of Tumbler Ridge. That's after the break on CBC News Network.
BC Major Crime Unit has assumed conduct of the investigation and is working to determine the full circumstances surrounding this tragic incident.
RCMP Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald speaking at a news conference today following that mass shooting here in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Police say 6 victims were found dead inside the high school, 1 educator and 5 students. Most of those victims were between 12 and 13 years old, and the shooter, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, found dead at the scene. 2 other people were killed at a nearby home, one of which has now been identified as 39-year-old Jennifer Strang. Police say Strang is a mother of Van Rootselaar. Okay, let's take another look at how this community is coping with all of this. Daryl Krakowka is mayor of Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, and he joins us from the town hall now. Mayor, what's it been like today in the community?
Yeah, I think a lot of emotions. You know, lots of you're seeing lots of hugs in the businesses and on the streets. You're seeing people with emotion and grieving and, you know, communicating with each other. And, you know, I've said it quite a bit yesterday and earlier this morning that, you know, we're going to be prepared to give people the ear when they need an ear, or a shoulder when they need a shoulder, or that hug. And we're definitely seeing that within the community as community members are out and about it and doing what they need to do in the businesses and communicating with the other family members within our community.
Have you had any contact with the families of shooting victims?
I have not. I will be reaching, you know, we're going to give them time to grieve and make sure they know that we're here when they're ready. But, you know, they need to have that time to grieve and come to, you know, grapple it. And when they're ready, they'll, you know, the community will be there for them. And, you know, that's why we're here and prepared, you know, when it's needed to make sure that we're there to support them, myself and all the rest of the families of Tumbler Ridge, to be there to support all those families and those children and the youth and the teachers. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah, you know, what you're saying kind of echoes what the MLA, Larry Neufeld, said a few moments ago, which is he's here to support people, but he's also very mindful of keeping his distance. And, you know, people, especially families of victims, will, you know, can reach out to him when they're ready. I was talking to a couple of the pastors of a local church here, and they were talking about how you've been one of the people who's helped in terms of preparing food, I guess. A lot of people have been reaching out that way, and I know, I'm not asking you to make this about yourself. That's not what you're going to do. But I'm just curious about, on a personal level, what you've been doing, not as mayor, but as a member of this community.
Yeah, as a member of the community, I own the local grocery store. So it's not about me. It's about the families here. And it's not just me. I mean, Lush Desserts, a local bakery run by a young lady here in town. You know, free coffee all day with free treats for people to be able to come and gather there if people want to visit and you know, help each other grieve. And Canadian Resources, our mining a company in town, had donated all the hotel rooms for emergency responders last night and tonight as well. So yeah, it's not about myself or my business. It's about the community.
Beyond those kinds of immediate things, you know, hotel rooms for first responders, food, cookies for people who need that. Beyond that, what does Tumbler Ridge need?
Yeah, I think we've seen it today with, we had some counselors with boots on the ground with Northern Health. I believe the number was 5 counselors that come in and supporting the families that have lost loved ones. Supporting the rest of the families that are here, supporting, you know, our whole family, as well as School District 59 has brought in counselors to assist with the teachers and students as well. So we're seeing that support land in Tumbler Ridge, which to me is so important right now. And, you know, we need to make sure that it's not just for today or tomorrow or next week, that this is we're looking at a long forecast to make sure we have these counselors available for all the families of Tumbler Ridge, our youth, our children, the first responders, the parents that have lost loved ones, That's so important right now.
You probably know this because people have probably reached out to you as mayor, but there are a lot of people across the country that really care about what's happened in Tumbler Ridge, and I just wonder, what's your message for them?
Yeah, we thank you. Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. We talked about it today. You know, the hockey teams, the Vancouver Canucks, Hockey Canada, King Charles, like just people from England, councillors and mayors from other municipalities within the province, British Columbia and Alberta. Yeah, it's overwhelming.
It's a big country, but it's a small community, and I'm glad that you're getting a sense of how people are reaching out across the country, and as you point out, beyond. Tumbler Ridge Mayor Darryl Krakauka, thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thanks for having me.
What happened has left our nation in shock and all of us in mourning.
Tributes to the victims of the shooting as politicians came together to pay their respects. We'll have today's reaction from Parliament Hill after the break. Silence in Parliament today. Politicians from all parties coming together to pay their respects to the victims of yesterday's mass shooting. The normally lively atmosphere of question period replaced by a somber mood. CBC's Kate McKenna reports.
Ian, there was a moment of extraordinary solidarity and unity in the House of Commons, with all members observing a moment of silence before each party leader got up to deliver remarks offering condolences to the families of the victims. Each speech received a standing ovation. Some MPs were seen wiping away tears. This was the first time the Prime Minister had to give a speech like this in the House of Commons since he was elected last year. Like other leaders, he was visibly emotional. He highlighted the courage of the first responders, saying the country and the entire world is in mourning. He says Canada will learn from this tragedy and there will be important questions to ask, but now is the time to grieve and to remember.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this House mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this House prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you.
As fathers, we both know the feeling of sending our kids to school, hoping that they'll play and perform, laugh and learn, but most of all, come home to us in our loving arms at night.
In the name of the Bloc Québécois and in my own, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the families.
That we're praying for the injured, the 12-year-old little girl fighting for her life in hospital.
In times like these, the strength of a community is truly revealed.
There were a number of ambassadors from other countries in the House of Commons expressing international solidarity, and flags will be flown at half-mast for 7 days. The Prime Minister has cancelled planned international travel. He plans to stay in the Ottawa region, but members of his cabinet are flying to the community, and the government has pledged whatever support is needed for the community. Ian?
CBC's Kate McKenna in Ottawa. After the break, we'll hear from people who knew some of the victims here in the tight-knit community of Tumbler Ridge. You're watching CBC News Network.
Could have been them. all he had to do was maybe walk down a different hallway than he did. And maybe I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now, because I'd probably be just heartbroken.
Hans Fisher, a resident of Tumbler Ridge for decades with 2 grandchildren who survived the shooting. He's just one of many people with stories in this small community where we continue to track the latest developments in the aftermath of a shooting that has left 9 people dead, 27 injured, and countless families reeling. This afternoon, I spoke to Linda Muse. She's lived in Tumbler Ridge for 31 years and knew one of the victims. It hasn't been long since you've heard the news of what's happened and who has been affected. How are you feeling?
Terrible. Kind of helpless in a way. You want to be there for everybody, to do what you can. But in the days to come, I guess we just do what we have to do as a church, as a community. Yeah, in Tumbler Ridge, we come together as a family, for sure.
One of the victims, a 12-year-old, you knew him, you knew him well.
Yes, I did.
Tell me about him.
Bill comes to church every Sunday. Always a smile on his face, pleasant boy. He was a friend with my grandson, and my grandson would come here every summer for a holiday, and they would hang together, go biking and, play games, whatever they did. And yeah, so it sort of impacted us as a family. I haven't told my grandson yet. That's going to be tough. And yeah, just to know that with Abel's parents, we know them quite well. And beautiful, beautiful family. And yeah, just to be there for them.
Have you had any contact with the family since?
Yes, yes.
And so what do you say to them?
When I went there this morning, all I could say was I'm sorry and just hug them. Lots of crying, and yeah, just not much you can say. And all I could say was just ask God to give them peace. And in their faith, I know they have that peace, but it's still so difficult because you ask questions like why. So, but you just got to trust.
You were telling me one of the reasons that you haven't yet told your grandson that his friend has passed away is you're worried about that this might make your grandson afraid.
Mm-hmm. For go to school, and I know it's going to affect him because he's a very, how can I say, he's got a big heart. And I'm just afraid it's going to affect him negatively. I don't know. I'm just scared. Yeah.
And beyond that family, beyond that young boy, this is your community. You've been here for 31 years. Yes. And so there must be so many people who've been affected by this that
yes.
you know.
Yes. My goodness. Just going over town today, the town is quiet. There's a few cars around, yes, but it's a different feeling. It's a different feeling in the town. It's, yeah, it's hard to say. It's like a shock. Everybody's still in shock. Yeah.
What are you doing to take care of yourself?
Praying. I just pray, and I pray for the families affected. I pray for the shooter's family because I know them quite well. I'm praying for them. And yeah, it's sad.
I know this hasn't been easy to talk about it, Linda, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Some scenes from Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Flags here flying at half-mast, honoring the victims of the shooting that killed 8 people. Up next, my interview with 2 local pastors about how their community is coming together, right here on CBC News Network. Please stay with us.
Upon arrival, there was active gunfire, and as officers approached the school, rounds were fired in their direction.
Deputy RCMP Commissioner Dwayne McDonald speaking at a news conference today following that shooting here in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 6 victims were found dead inside the high school, 1 educator, 5 students, most of the victims between 12 and 13 years old. Shooter, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, dead at the scene. 2 other people were killed at a nearby home, one of whom has been identified as 39-year-old Jennifer Strang. Police say that Strang is the mother of Van Rootselaar. The shooting has affected so many lives here in Tumbler Ridge, but the tragedy has also shown this small community's ability to come together and support each other. Earlier, I had a chance to speak with 2 pastors, Gerald Krause and his wife, Tracy. Let's start with the scene last night at the community center as parents and their children were being reunited, but there came a point in the evening where there were parents just waiting. Tell me about that.
It was difficult. You know, everyone around them were, you know, they're finding their children, and some didn't.
Take me back to what that was like for you.
Well, when we arrived, of course, the arena was full, and you know, everyone was instructed to stay and not leave until they could, you know, check off all the names. But then, yes, as the evening wore on and people were allowed to leave, yeah, it was very evident. You know, here's a few people still waiting, and that was very hard. Yeah, for sure. And you were there until what, 1 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, about that. Mm-hmm. It was quite a long process. I know there's protocols that need to be in place. But yeah, we were there with the families who, of course, then we found out later eventually that their children were deceased, but we stayed with them right until the end there.
Yeah. It was a little bit difficult because it did take a long time, but they had to, you know, follow their protocols as Tracy said, and no one had ever done this before. Like nobody. I think it's a new thing for our country. Mm. One of the children who's passed away is somebody you know particularly well, whose family is a congregant here. A couple of them. Yeah. A couple of them. Yeah. So what's that been like for you? It's very difficult. I mean, we see those children, well, every week, but throughout the week, and some of the others, we know everybody. You know, I mean, if you live in this town, it's a small town, you know all the parents, you know all of the kids, you see them grocery stores or, you know, at the schools and sporting events, and, you know, you see all of them. It's hard to live here and not know who lives here.
Yeah, and I mean, we know everyone. We know the perpetrator, we know his family, we know his grandparents, you know, so it's not like it's, you know, some person that you don't know. I mean, we know all of those victims. Yeah. We were making sure that we keep a respectful distance from people who are, you know, closest to this, to the family members. And so, but I, as much as you're willing to share, can you tell me a little bit about the families of the 2 members of this congregation who have passed away? How are they doing, the family members? They're devastated. I mean, what can you say? They're absolutely devastated. So one girl is actually, she's fighting for her life, so she hasn't passed. But the one young fellow was, yeah, we were with his parents the whole evening, and yeah, of course, when they got the news, they're just gutted. I mean, there's no other way to put it. You use the expression, what can you say? Well, you're pastors, so you're struggling to figure out what to say. What do you say to that family?
Well, for all of the families, I mean, there isn't a distinction because one comes to church and one doesn't, because, you know, they're children, and the parents are devastated, and we've gone through that kind of a loss with our daughter in the past year, and it's the worst. So I'm not going to lie to people and say, you'll get through this. It's not like that. It's devastating, and for our little town, it's traumatizing for everybody.
I'm sorry to hear about your daughter, but you were saying that experience actually maybe gives you some insight in how to try to console families here.
Absolutely. I found that, excuse me, even last night, it's, there's no pat answers. There's no saying it's okay, it's going to be okay, because you know what? It's not. It's not going to be okay. Like, this is going to be the worst thing of your life. And I think what people need is just to be held, just to be hugged, just to have somebody sit beside them, just to be loved. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to necessarily have all the counseling or the pat answers. You just need to be there. And for us, we found that was the biggest thing that helped us in our healing. And so that's kind of what we're trying to do with others, is just be there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anything you wanted to add?
Well, just, people loving us, and, now we're giving back, and, we know all of the people, and that it makes it really hard. It's not an easy thing. We know the children, and it's very difficult. This is a beautiful place to live, and we're known as a global geopark with all kinds of waterfalls and outdoor activities of every kind you can imagine. And now in our tiny little town, something like this, it reaches every single person in our community. It's a difficult thing.
Your husband was saying to me that he hopes that Tumbler Ridge doesn't become known for this. What do you hope people across the country think about when they think about Tumbler Ridge?
It's too late.
I don't know. I can't answer that question, because it just is surreal. We can't believe it. This doesn't happen here. It shouldn't happen here. Yeah.
And it has, and so we put one foot in front of the other, and we go on. We see all of the people in our town. You go to the grocery store, you go to the arena, you go to sporting events, or all of those things, come to church. You see all of the people in your town, and so now it's changed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks to both of you for speaking to me.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming.
Mm-hmm.
Reverend Gerald Krause and Tracy Krause, pastors with the New Life Assembly Church. We want to show you the moment students ran from Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. The video captured by Jordan Cossack. He lives just across the street from the school, and he joins us now. So you can just come right here. So the high school obviously is behind us, and Jordan, you live right over there.
Yeah, correct. Just the apartment building's right across the street there.
Okay, you can come a little closer to the microphone and tell us what happened yesterday.
Yeah, so we got the shelter in place. Notice I work a night shift, so sound asleep. Both phones went off, shelter in place, lockdown. Kind of woke up and figured, read the name, seen Tumbler Ridge on there, and that was a huge surprise. We tend to get that stuff for weather and other events.
Yeah.
Looked out the window. There's a nice, big lineup of vehicles out here, and people parking on the corner, running up this way. So, I got up, looked out my patio, and, could hear sirens and stuff. So I came up the hill here and seen a lot of family members and a lot of concerned people standing on the corner here. Just so, I came up here to see if anybody needed help, anybody needed anything, and making sure everything was all right. Small community, so ran into a lot of colleagues, that I work with, and, just stood there with them. That's the best I could do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for me to believe that this is the place where this terrible event happened. What's it like for you just over 24 hours later?
The community right now needs to mourn. It's coming together. This has always been a very tight-knit community. I'm not from here, but I do have family from here. I know a lot of people from here. I'm just from Grand Prairie, a few hours away. It's very sad, but the community right now just needs to mourn. They're coming together. We're doing what small communities do, and that's take care of one another. That's the best we can do, right, in a time like this. You
know some of the parents, I think, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. What are you hearing from them?
you know, it's not a good thing. Everybody knows everybody, especially, you know, with Quintet Mine. We all work at the mine here. Everybody's connected in some way, shape, or form. So, you know, unfortunately, my second cousin lost his sister in the school. So, you know, it's pretty sad. But we're all taking care of one another. But like I said, we just need to mourn right now.
It's a terrible thing. Your second cousin losing his
sister's life. Yeah.
Have you talked to your second cousin at all?
No, we give them time.
Yeah.
You know, the immediate family's coming up first, but you know, colleagues too. You know, I reached out to them, ran over there, gave them a big hug, and just anything anybody needs, we're all here for everybody, right? So.
Yeah. And I take it you're taking this over somewhere.
Yeah, that's how you guys caught me here. So you know, I'm just gonna drop off some flowers at the little flower spot we have there, and I know there's a few, but yeah.
I mean, we can figure this out, but I want to kind of hear it in your words. What do those flowers symbolize?
Community for me. You know, that we're all here. You know, it's just something to leave, something to show that we're all paying attention and present here in this moment. So.
When you look at that school, what do you think?
It's sad. You know, it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for the families and the family, you know, the shooter himself. It's very heartbreaking, the position he was put in. There's a lot of ideology and radicalism in this world right now, and I feel like he was a product of that. We didn't do him any good. He didn't do these people any good. You know, we can do better as a country, as a province, and as a community. You know, we take care of one another. If you see something, you know, say something. If somebody's not right, we take care of them. We don't release them. But it's very sad to look behind me.
Okay, let me leave it at that. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Jordan Cossack lives in Tumbler Ridge, witness to the aftermath of what was going on out here outside the high school where the shooting took place yesterday. We have been in this community actually only for a few hours, but one of the things that we hear over and over again, and you've heard it actually in this hour, is how this is a town where everybody knows everybody. I mean, this is a small town. And the interconnections are everywhere. The other thing that you've heard from a couple of the politicians, the mayor, the local MLA, and as you may have heard me say, I know those of us in the media feel this too. It's important to be here. In our case, important to tell the story. In the case of political leaders, important to let people here know that they're supported and there are supports on the way. But at the same time, we all realize we want to give distance to the people who need to have that distance. Our coverage from Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia will continue right after this break.
with my grandchildren that were involved in the shooting. They are safe, but yeah, that was a big concern. And knowing that there are parents out there that their kids are not coming home tears at me.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this house mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this house prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you.
I'm Ian Hanamansing. We are live just outside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, a community in mourning after, of course, that terrible shooting yesterday. And we are going to be hearing from people throughout the hour who will be able to give you a sense of what it's been like inside the community. A small memorial has been set up outside the school by residents. But first, let's give you a sense of what we know about this story this hour. 9 people are dead, including the shooter, 27 others injured. Police say 1 teacher and 5 students were found dead at this school. Officials identifying the shooter as 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar. The suspect believed to have killed 2 relatives at the family home before the school shooting. Police confirm they made multiple visits over the last several years to the house, those visits in relation to mental health calls.
We understand the community has questions, and we understand they want to know the motive behind this tragic incident. We do believe the suspect acted alone, and there are currently no other outstanding suspects. Our investigators remain on scene, actively gathering information to determine the full circumstances of what transpired. This is a deeply distressing incident where 9 individuals have senselessly lost their lives. Our thoughts are with the families, the loved ones, the first responders in the greater Tumbler Ridge community, and all those impacted by this tragic incident.
One of the things we hear over and over from people here in Tumbler Ridge is just how tight-knit it is, just over 2,400 residents. It's known for its mining industry, the northeastern British Columbia town, 400 kilometers from Prince George, about 100 kilometers from the Alberta border. One of my colleagues here, CBC's Julie Wong, joins me now, and it's been a difficult day for obviously the people of Tumbler Ridge. A lot of them reluctant to speak. You very carefully and sensitively have been going around the town to find out a bit more about the victims.
Yeah, when you hear about some of the ages of these victims, you just really get a sense of the gravity of this situation and how it has impacted so many families in this small community. We know that 3 of the victims are 12-year-old girls. There is 1 12-year-old boy, 1 13-year-old boy, along with a 39-year-old female educator who were found inside this school that you see here behind us. Police saying that they found one of the victims inside a stairwell. The other victims were found inside the school library. So some of those details, a school being a place where many people send their children, and because they think it's safe, to now know it's become a crime scene is really tragic. And we also know that there was this second scene, I was there earlier today, where 2 bodies were found inside that home. The 39-year-old mother of the suspect, 11-year-old stepbrother. We're still piecing together more details about the family situation. I spoke with a neighbor. She didn't want to be identified, but she tells me that she and another neighbor went into the home yesterday afternoon because they heard these cries for help, and what she saw devastated her. She said that it's something that she can't unsee just because of how graphic it is. So this is really something that has impacted, I think, each and every family, each and every person in this community, considering how small and tight-knit this community is.
You're not identifying her. She doesn't want to be identified. She didn't want to be on camera, but she did tell you her story. It must have been harrowing even to hear her talk about that.
Yeah, it really was. It was very incredibly striking. It was hard to hear. Some of the details that she described were very graphic in terms of the wounds that were on those 2 people inside the home. And the subject matter in and of itself was just really hard. I had a conversation with both herself and her mother, and it was just it's hard to find another word. It was just really, really difficult. Everyone was taking time to think and pause. They didn't want to say anything out of turn. They wanted to be really careful with their words, and you can tell just how much this has impacted them. They say that their sense of safety in this community has really been shattered. They describe living in this community as a place where they don't have to lock their doors. They leave their homes, they go somewhere else, they come back, and they never expect anything to happen. So this has very dramatically changed how they see Tumbler Ridge, how they see their fellow residents here. But as we've been going around talking to people in this community and seeing how people have gathered, you can get a sense of how they've come together. We were in the town center, the town square a little bit earlier today, and there were people who just gathered sort of impromptu inside a grocery store. You can tell that they just wanted to be together. And we went to a bakery inside that same area, and they were offering free coffee, free baked goods. They wanted people to know that, hey, we are there for you. We want you to know that this community has your back. They weren't accepting any money for the coffee, for those baked goods. They just wanted to accept donations for the community. So you can definitely tell this is a place that has really come together over this last little bit.
I should say, when you were talking to those two people who discovered the bodies in that home, I heard we were talking to some of our producers back in Toronto, and you said that a neighbor came by, right, and said, look, there are victims' families on the same road, and we really would appreciate if the media wouldn't stay here, and you didn't, and you left. We've been very attentive to that and very careful, but it's also important in a sensitive way to tell the stories, which you have, Julia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
CBC's Julia Wong with me here in Tumbler Ridge, and we'll hear more from her later on The National. And if you're affected by this story, we want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. If you're in BC, you can get support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you're in an immediate crisis, call 988. Tanya Fletcher has been following the latest on the investigation, and so she walks us through the timeline of the events here in Tumbler Ridge.
So we do know, let's take you through the timeline at the school first of all. It was at 1:20 in the afternoon that RCMP received those reports of an active shooter. That's when they put out that public alert that hit people's cell phones. Officers arrived at the scene within 2 minutes of that call, and as they moved into the school, there was active gunfire, they say. Rounds were fired in the direction of officers. They did not return fire, we heard today, but we do have new video showing students running from the school as this was all underway, as emergency responders were starting to arrive on scene. Ultimately, more than 100 students and staff were evacuated. The suspect was found dead inside shortly after of an apparent suicide. That's when police also found those 6 victims. So we have the 1 female educator, as Julia mentioned, the 3 girls, the 2 boys, ages 12 and 13. One of them was found in a stairwell. The rest of them were discovered in the school library. And those 25 others who were injured were kind of triaged at the scene, and the 2 other females were airlifted to hospital. So that's kind of the timeline of events and those new details, that new video that we do have of the school location, the shooting of that site itself, Ian.
And so that's the shooting at the school that is behind me, but there was another location as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's the residence we've been talking about, the home where 2 other people were found dead. And that, in fact, is where the crime originated, even though it wasn't discovered until after the school shooting. Here's RCMP describing how they were initially notified of that crime scene.
We were called because a neighbor, there was a young female at that home that went to the neighbors, and that's how we learned that there were 2 deceased at that residence. So the neighbor called the police. We know the sequence of events now is that the incident at the home occurred first, where we have the 2 deceased family members, and from there our suspect attended the school and commenced their criminal activity there.
And so the suspect's mother and sibling, stepbrother or brother, were found dead at that home before the shooting spree kind of moved on to the school. And Ian, that shelter-in-place alert was in place for several hours. I know it's hard to imagine when we've been talking about this for almost 24 hours now, and I'm sure you're getting a better sense of that down on the scene. But for people who were in this position for several hours, the chaos, the fear, the uncertainty that unfolded, we're really getting a better sense of the timeline and how this must have felt like forever for those people involved, Ian.
Yeah, and for every one of those scenes, for every one of those victims, there are so many stories. And we heard from Julia the story of the two neighbors from that house and going in and seeing the two people who were killed there and how haunted they are by what they saw. Tanya Fletcher, thank you very much. Premier David Eby and BC Public Safety Minister Nina Krieger are here in Tumbler Ridge. They're expected to attend a vigil in just over an hour. And for more on the political reaction to the tragedy, we're joined by CBC legislative reporter Katie DeRosa. And Katie, tomorrow will be a provincial day of mourning here in British Columbia. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Premier and Public Safety Minister will be at that vigil in Tumbler Ridge, but here in Victoria tomorrow, a provincial day of mourning will replace the traditional throne speech ceremony that was supposed to take place. Usually there's a honor guard and pomp and circumstance. All that will be canceled. The Lieutenant Governor, Wendy Kokia, will deliver a speech, but it won't be the throne speech that was planned. It will be a speech that will honor the victims and the families, the entire community of Tumbler Ridge that is struggling. And we spoke to Deputy Premier Nikki Sharma, and here's what she had to say about what to expect tomorrow.
The throne speech, instead of a traditional throne speech, will instead be a statement and message from the legislature in support of those victims and those families and the process of mourning that we all need to do as not only just a community, but I think as a country.
And at 7 p.m. tonight, just on the front steps of the legislature, there will be a candlelight vigil. We expect many MLAs to be here for that, and people from across Victoria who just want to express their condolences. The flags are at half-mast, and also there's a book of condolences inside the legislature here.
And condolences, Katie, are also pouring in from across Canada and really beyond. What's the response been from politicians here?
Well, BC Conservative MLA Larry Neufeld, he told us yesterday he's headed straight to Tumbler Ridge, which is his riding of Peace River South. He spoke this morning and said he's talking to people in the community, and he said it's a time to put politics aside. We know the throne speech and next week the budget, can be a tense time for the government and opposition parties. And both Larry Neufeld as well as BC interim Conservative leader Trevor Halford said it is a time to just put that aside and focus on the families. And here's what Trevor Halford had to say.
Yesterday, parents packed their kids' lunch. Today, they're making funeral arrangements. There's no place for politics in any of this. Will difficult questions come? They may. I don't know what they are right now. That's not the focus of where I think it needs to be. The focus is on the lives that have been absolutely shattered up there.
So you can hear the emotion in his voice. He said, just as a father, obviously he's shocked, as is everyone across Canada. So we will be here for that candlelight vigil at 7 p.m. I expect tomorrow also there will be a moment of silence in the legislature 2 hours before that speech by the Lieutenant Governor. So I expect lots of people to be signing the Book of Condolences. A very emotional day here, just as it is in Tumbler Ridge. And again, as you heard, just politicians putting the politics aside. Next week, the budget will go ahead, but there will not be question period as scheduled. So really a subdued mood and just trying to honor the victims in any way possible tomorrow during that day of mourning.
Yeah, I didn't know about that conversation earlier, but Larry Neufeld was here with me last hour, and I said to him, you're the Conservative MLA for this region. Does the Conservative part matter? And he said on the program here, no, not at all. He goes, when David Eby arrives, I'd be happy to stand with him. So it really doesn't feel like a moment of partisanship here in British Columbia. Katie DeRosa in Victoria, thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
The community here in Tumbler Ridge still has a long way to go in terms of healing. After the break, I'll speak to a pastor about how his town is dealing with the shock. You're watching CBC News Network.
The BC Major Crime Unit has assumed conduct of the investigation and is working to determine the full circumstances surrounding this tragic incident.
RCMP Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald at a news conference following the mass shooting here in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 6 victims found dead inside the high school, 1 educator, 5 students. Those victims 12 to 13 years old, and the shooter, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, found dead at the scene. Another 2 people killed at a nearby home. 1 has been identified as 39-year-old Jennifer Strang. Police say that Strang is the mother of Van Rootselaar. Joining us now is Pastor George Rowe with Tumbler Ridge Fellowship Baptist Church. And what have the last few hours been like for you, Pastor?
It's certainly been a roller coaster event for sure. Since the news came out yesterday, it's been 24 hours of nonstop, and trying to get your head wrapped around what's happening, involved in the emotions, asking the questions why. And I met with some of the folk today who've been involved directly with this tragedy, and they're coping. A wide range of help coming from right across Canada. I myself personally have talked to people from coast to coast to coast, and offering all kinds of services. We've got a lot of professionals coming in during this week to aid and help and encourage, and we're hopeful about that for sure.
Yeah, maybe I'll get you to come a little closer to the microphone here. I mean, so yeah, everybody asks in a situation like this, why? How do you answer that?
You can't. You can't. That's an age-old question.
Yeah.
You try to find some balance there, and you know, if you don't mind, there's as a pastor, you would expect me to quote from the Word, from the Bible.
Yeah.
And there's a Bible verse way back in Deuteronomy 29 and 29 that says, "The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed are for us and our children." So there's a lot of stuff that happens that we cannot explain. God knows. And eventually, over time, answers will come, peace will come, joy will be restored, and together we can, and we will.
Hard to believe right now, though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people need space now to mourn. They need a privacy to ask their own questions. And how do I deal with this? I just lost a child. And that's not an easy thing to accept, particularly under these circumstances.
I don't know if you provide comfort to people who maybe don't share your faith. How would you? Like when a 12 or 13-year-old child is killed, how do you comfort somebody who maybe doesn't find solace in the Bible?
I guess in the faith community, I mentioned this earlier, within us there is some kind of a built-in system that when you face these situations, it kind of rises up and it just helps you to talk about it and to discuss it without even talking necessarily about faith, because those who are not necessarily of faith are still looking for answers. And if I talk with them or talk to them, they expect me to provide some kind of an answer that will bring some kind of satisfaction. And most times in answering these kinds of questions, I remain silent and do a lot of listening and then respond at the appropriate moment. I don't like pushing anything like that. And I respect people, faith or no faith. I just respect people, and I'm there to help and encourage.
You've been giving people their distance here, the families of the victims. So how do you manage that?
To give them
distance, like how do you figure out, do you wait for them to come to you, or how do you figure out when to reach out to them?
Because under normal circumstances, in a case like this, people automatically need their own privacy. They have to deal with that within their own home, between spouses, between siblings. And again, there's something that's built into you as a pastor or as a counselor where you feel in your spirit the time is right. And if you know people fairly well, or if it's just an acquaintance or a complete stranger, there are vibes that you feel and you know when to approach and when not to approach. And so it kind of all comes together. And I've talked to a lot of people in the last 24 hours, and everyone I've spoken with just appreciates the fact that you're there. And sometimes that's more important than just coming in, like preaching a sermon to them. Just be there, empathize, sympathize, come alongside of them.
You're doing a sermon this Sunday, I assume?
Well, actually, I won't be in town this Sunday. I have another pastor coming in from Chetwynd who will be doing the sermon on Sunday.
And any advice to them on what should be in that sermon?
Well, no, I'm going to leave that up to the pastor. In fact, the pastor that's coming in is a real good friend of mine, and he'll know exactly how to address that situation.
All right. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I still have a lot of emotions about that school. I mean, our kids graduated from there. I was a teacher there for a number of years. There was a time when I did the November the 11th Memorial Day ceremonies with the kids at that high school. And so to walk through the corridors of that school, no, it's not the same. It's sad, it's emotional. It's hard to get your mind wrapped around it.
You haven't been inside, have you?
No.
No, I mean, I was just thinking, like, how are people going to be able to go back inside that school?
With a lot of difficulty. And of course, there's something within human nature that will heal itself. And we just have to grapple with reality and move forward, you know. Yeah, for sure.
Pastor George Rowe with Tumbler Ridge Fellowship Baptist Church, thank you.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right.
God bless.
All right. We are learning more about the shooter, and after the break, we'll take you through the latest, including what court documents tell us about the shooter's family. You're watching CBC News Network.
Upon arrival, there was active gunfire, and as officers approached the school, rounds were fired in their direction.
RCMP Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald at a news conference earlier today following the mass shooting here in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Police say that 6 victims killed inside the high school, 1 teacher, 5 students. Most of the victims are 12 to 13 years old. The shooter, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, dead at the scene. 2 other people dead at a nearby home. 1 identified as 39-year-old Jennifer Strang. Strang is the mother of Van Rootselaar. All right, and let's just move ahead now to Jason Proctor. It can be difficult in these early stages to get accurate information, and we're working to get facts about what happened, who was involved in the mass shooting. And one of our journalists has been looking into what we know about the shooter. Jason Proctor is in Vancouver. And Jason, what did you learn about the shooter today?
Well, so from what we've learned today from police, Ian, is that Jesse Van Rootselaar was 18 years old, she was transitioning to female. The police made a point of saying that they were choosing to identify her as female because that's the way she identified on her social media. We know also that the house where she killed her stepbrother and her mother is also going to be the focus of this investigation by police, who are trying to find out basically anything they can about the circumstances leading up to this. Police have said that they were called to the house a number of times over the previous years for calls under the Mental Health Act, and that the suspect was apprehended at that point under the Mental Health Act for assessment. Now, we also know that there were guns in the home and that Jesse Van Rootselaar had a gun license that expired in 2024, and that guns had been seized from the house, but that somebody else had petitioned to go to get the guns back. And basically that would have been a license, a minor license, because of course Jesse Van Rootselaar would have been under 18 at the time. And so those are kind of the facts that we know from police who, as I say, are really kind of combing through all kinds of past interactions with this suspect and with the suspect's family in order to get an idea of what exactly happened here.
Important to get accurate information on this, especially because there was so much out on social media within a short time after the shooting. Now, what sources have you found that are shedding light on the shooter?
Yeah, you know, Ian, it's interesting you point this out because this is one of the things. There is a massive amount of misinformation floating around on the internet that started going around within, you know, literally hours of this tragedy, and sifting through that, getting accurate information. There are pictures out there. There are, you know, a lot of hate-filled commentary that we're trying to sift through to find out what's right and what's wrong. One of the documents we've come across was an old court judgment out of Jennifer Strang's family disagreement with her ex in Tumbler Ridge that sort of shed a little light. This is about 10 years old, but on the sort of upbringing of the kids. A judge at that point saying that she was sort of splitting her time with her kids between Newfoundland, between Alberta, and between Vancouver, Powell River, I should say. She was fighting to take the kids to Newfoundland at that point, and the judge sort of called this a nomadic existence that they were living, ordering her to keep the kids in BC at the time. So, you know, it's those documents that are actually, you know, verified that we can kind of go through. Other than that, going through all the kind of social media accounts you would expect. But again, working very hard here to separate, you know, the facts on something that is so delicate and so important to get right from this slew of fiction that is out there.
Yeah, and you know, I know when you get information that's verified, you'll put it on CBCNews.ca and you'll talk about it on this program. Jason Proctor, live in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's reconnect with Bruce Pitt-Payne. We talked to him yesterday. Bruce is a retired RCMP major crimes investigator. Thank you very much for joining us again this evening. I want to play a clip from the RCMP update earlier today.
You bet.
Police have attended that residence in the past, approximately a couple of years ago, where firearms were seized under the criminal code. I can say that at a later point in time, the lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for those firearms to be returned, and they were.
What do you make of the amount of information, and it was a lot of information, that the RCMP disclosed today in that news conference?
Yeah, I think that's the surprising thing, Ian, is when you compare the amount of information pre-Portapique before the Mass Casualty Commission that would normally be released in a police investigation to now, it's changed drastically. There's a lot of information, even some very fine-grained detail that I wouldn't have expected several years ago. So I think the police are trying to do their best to give out information to keep everybody having faith in the whole process and understanding what's going on and allowing them to keep calm. But at the same time, they could be criticized at some point. It's the way it goes. If they release too much information, it's a tough line to walk right now for them.
Yeah, and you know, I know some people have been criticizing me on social media because I was critical yesterday at how little information had come out, and I just felt sometimes there was almost this reflexive comment from it was a different senior RCMP officer saying, you know, privacy, integrity of the investigation, all of which are important things, but I think today showed that more information actually can safely be released. As a retired senior RCMP officer, when you hear all that information, does it make you wince, or do you think there's some utility, some good that comes out of that kind of detail?
I actually haven't heard anything that's caused me too much grief. I'm like everybody else, that if it isn't going to hurt an investigation, why not let us know? Now, I have to say, in fairness to the Mounties, they have given out information, and they did give out some information fairly early, and then have had to backtrack, like the last name of the shooter, for instance, which is no big deal. I don't think it's going to hurt anything. The only thing that I've seen is, and this isn't their fault either, is some very negative, some hate comments online, and I think your previous journalist was speaking to that, because information has come out about the shooter, and some life choices, and it's instantly gone to some hatred for things nothing to do with the shooting. So that's the only negative that I've seen. I'm actually very impressed to see this much information.
And I think that leads me to another point here, is that these days, with social media being as active as it is, I mean, last night after our coverage, I was getting notes from people saying, this is who did it. This is what's going on. Here are the details. You know, if I know that, how come you guys aren't reporting it? And we said we're not reporting it because we can't verify it. So one of the good things that came out of the details from the RCMP today is it allowed us to kind of get good information out there and push some of the misinformation to the side. I guess one other thing I would ask you, kind of separate from this topic, is, again, as somebody who spent a lot of time in policing and has investigated a lot of crimes, a lot of big crimes, I just, your reflections 24 hours later as you see where, you know, given what we now know about what happened here in Tumbler Ridge, what are your reflections on that?
Ian, I felt very gutted yesterday later in the day that when I was speaking with you, you even mentioned, listen, the way things are being said and such, I'm just picking up that something worse happened. And you sort of alluded to that. And I found out actually on another newscast right in the middle, here's the update. It gutted me as an ex-police officer to go from, oh my gosh, I thought that the only person that was deceased was the shooter, to all of a sudden what we learned today. It made me look back on my career, on the PTSD that I developed through similar things, not as bad as this. And I worry, and I'm really thinking about the whole community, those that lost loved ones, but I can't help but go right to the hearts of the RCMP members, paramedics, fire department, first responders, nurses, doctors right now, because they're going to be feeling this intensely and for a long time. It's life-changing.
Yeah, in this beautiful small town, in a detachment that I heard had 5 regular members assigned, all of a sudden, out of the blue, getting called into that high school and seeing what they saw, I can't imagine what that was like. Bruce Payne, retired RC. Go ahead.
Say very quickly, and I know we use the term regular members in the RCMP. These are not regular members. There were 5 heroes, and I know that you didn't mean it that way, but that term should be changed.
Yeah, I hear you. Bruce Payne, retired RCMP major crimes investigator. Always nice chatting with you, Bruce. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Bye now.
What happened has left our nation in shock and all of us in mourning.
Tributes to the victims of the shooting as politicians came together to pay their respects. We'll have that reaction from Parliament Hill after the break. Silence in Parliament today. Politicians from all parties coming together to pay their respects to the victims of yesterday's shooting. The normally lively and sometimes raucous atmosphere of question period replaced by a somber mood. CBC's Kate McKenna reports.
Ian, there was a moment of extraordinary solidarity and unity in the House of Commons, with all members observing a moment of silence before each party leader got up to deliver remarks offering condolences to the families of the victims. Each speech received a standing ovation. Some MPs were seen wiping away tears. This was the first time the Prime Minister had to give a speech like this in the House of Commons since he was elected last year. Like other leaders, he was visibly emotional. He highlighted the courage of the first responders, saying the country and the entire world is in mourning. He says Canada will learn from this tragedy and there will be important questions to ask, but now is the time to grieve and to remember.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this House mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this House prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you.
As fathers, we both know the feeling of sending our kids to school, hoping that they'll play and perform, laugh and learn, but most of all, come home to us in our loving arms at night.
In the name of the Bloc Québécois and in my own, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the families.
That we're praying for the injured, the 12-year-old little girl fighting for her life in hospital.
In times like these, the strength of a community is truly revealed.
There were a number of ambassadors from other countries in the House of Commons expressing international solidarity, and flags will be flown at half-mast for 7 days. The Prime Minister has cancelled planned international travel. He plans to stay in the Ottawa region, but members of his cabinet are flying to the community, and the government has pledged whatever support is needed for the community. Ian?
CBC's Kate McKenna reporting from Ottawa. Our coverage from Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia will continue. That is the high school behind me where that deadly shooting happened just over 24 hours ago. My coverage will continue with Adrian on the National a little bit later on, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time. But let's take you back now to the Vancouver newsroom. Sarah is there with more on how people can cope with the immense grief and loss that they're feeling.
Thanks, Ian. The news of this tragedy is impacting families, certainly in Tumbler Ridge, where it is, of course, felt most acutely. But right across the province, perhaps even across the country, there will be parents who pause before sending children to school today. Maybe some who even kept them at home. And it's prompting some serious conversations at home. So our next guest helps us to navigate those conversations. Cordelia Magin is a grief counselor based in Vancouver, joining us now. Cordelia, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I do want to start by talking about Tumbler Ridge, the families on the ground there, those who have been directly affected. I mean, it feels like that entire community is directly affected one way or the other. What kind of advice do you have for them?
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say my heart goes out to everyone that's affected by this tragedy. My encouragement would be for people to reach out for support. And I really believe in the power of community support and care, as well as professional support that's trauma-informed. And I think that just being able to make space for the open expression of grief, that it is a very traumatic event, and that lots of support is needed.
What about for families of students, elsewhere in the province who see the headlines, and as I said off the top, this gives them pause. Maybe it's an irrational fear, but headlines like this, particularly when they are, not at home but close to home, that can prompt some fear. What would you say to those parents?
Yeah. I think, first of all, to know that something like this that has happened has really, there's a real sense of a sense of safety being gone, and there was a very real threat, and so the nervous system of the kids and the adults and everyone, it can almost go into a freeze mode or a flight mode. And so most importantly is to be able to bring oneself back to grounding in the moment. Even phrases like, I'm safe right now in this moment, and just showing your body that it is safe in this moment. So whatever it takes to create a sense of safety and nervous system, whether it be feeling your feet on the ground, taking in some deep breaths, and just having conversations that are appropriate for the age of the child, that supports them in this confusing time. So just really building up a sense of safety, just to almost like reconnect to the present, because it can feel like the past can be like happening right now, like as in the event from yesterday, it could feel like it could happen again. So really reminding oneself that that threat has now passed, and that now things are, things are taken care of by the police, and that there's lots of support out there.
With school threats, they do happen, and very often there is nothing to them, and there is a police response. We certainly saw that in British Columbia, in the school district of SD 43, which is the Tri-Cities area for those who are outside of the province. There were multiple days of multiple threats to multiple schools just last week. And I do know that school district, in combining with the police, given what happened in Tumbler Ridge, actually sent out a note to families assuring that they had assessed the situation and double checking with everyone, letting them know that they assess the schools as being safe in that district. And I wondered about that. I mean, is that an assurance? Does that remind parents of last week? I mean, what do you make of the police, the school district taking that proactive initiative?
Yeah, I think that it was good that the police were keeping the public updated. And I know some parents, it was really hard to wait for some of the updates, especially with SD 43 in the Tri-Cities. And so I think that just really reminding themselves and children that, okay, like there are things being put in place to prevent more of the same kind of event from happening again, as well as just being able to contact teachers or school authorities if they feel like they need more reassurance. I think that's important.
Just taking this back to Tumbler Ridge, I'm struck by, we talked to a student who was inside that school yesterday, spoke with CBC News about what had happened, what he had seen. I feel like that is something that is going to be with him forever. Specific to those children, those teenagers who were in that school, what would your advice be? I know when we talked to him and he was with his mother, she said, we're going to watch a movie tonight. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think really following the lead of the teenagers and the students, the children, just really checking in with what they're needing in that moment. For some, it could be a way to distract temporarily from the enormity of the pain, because it can numb some people or overwhelm the nervous system to a point where it's just a bit too much to really like be with that grief and loss and trauma. So sometimes that can be helpful, but most importantly is to be able to have space to process the trauma and grief at the pace that fits for the individual. And I think more importantly is to encourage them to be able to speak about what they're needing, what kind of, and I think also like sometimes people do not know what they need. And so I think it's very important for community, instead of just saying, let me know what can I do to help, being proactive and, being like, okay, like I can come over and help with laundry or bringing some meals over. And so not putting the pressure on them to know exactly what they need, but also like creating a safe space to be able to share what's going on.
Yeah. If you are a parent and noticing a child that is, exhibiting some signs of trauma, first of all, what maybe are you looking for, and what should you do?
Yeah. So if they're, having trouble sleeping or having nightmares or flashbacks, having a loss of appetite, not being able to eat, also like being having a sense of anxiety, like there's fear, and also just being, or some people just they shut down. They feel numb, and it feels like something. It feels like this event is not real. It can feel that way for some people. So as a parent, I think it's very important to connect them with the right professionals, trauma-trained professionals, to help them to process the loss, because it's not just the grief that they're processing, but there's the other layer of trauma. And so I think that's a parent, just being able to encourage them to share what they're experiencing, but also like it can be re-traumatizing to retell details of the event. So for parents, it's important to not push them to talk about the details, because that can actually reactivate trauma.
Cordelia Magine, a grief counselor based in British Columbia. Appreciate that conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Could have been there. All he had to do was maybe walk down a different hallway than he did. And maybe I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now, because I'd probably be just heartbroken.
And that was Hans Fisher, a resident of Tumbler Ridge with 2 grandchildren who survived the shooting. His is just one of many stories coming out of the small community. where we continue to track developments in the aftermath of a shooting that has left 9 people dead, 27 injured, and countless families reeling. We are also tracking another tragic story. Police in Quebec saying a man and 2 children are dead after what they are calling a suspected murder-suicide in the First Nation of the west of the province. The community is about 100 kilometers north of Ottawa. Police say 1 person was pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 others later died in hospital. The children were aged 10 and 12. I'm Sarah Galashan here in Vancouver. Ian Hannamansing is still in Tumbler Ridge. We will continue coverage for you tomorrow on the tragedy, back same time, same place. But for now, stay tuned. Ian joins Adrian on